Good doing, folks. Wednesday edition of the Paint Along. Winter Warmer Challenge. I'm going to get started here. I'm going to jump right into the painting. Let's get into this. Brushes at the ready. Got some paint, got some hot visors charged. Oh. We'll see who pops in today and joins us. See what's going on in the hobby world. Let's see where we're at. Paint more of the white wedges. Lots of white. Whoops. It's okay. It's always okay. Seems to be. No major hiccups. Make sure I'm not muted. I did that last time. Spent an hour here talking to myself. You guys couldn't hear a word I was saying. Lost to the ether. How you doing, Vince? You want to come in today, Vince? I'll bring you in. Vince, pillar of the community, longtime friend and compatriot in the wargaming hobby. I was wondering where you've been. Maybe he's been on the road. Truck driving man. Yeah. One of them truck drivers. I'll bring you in, Vince, if you want to get all set up to do some painting. I don't know if you are. I'm sure you'll tell me. Let me finish this and I'll read the chat proper. Oh. Funny thing, I am tuning in live from my truck. Okay, all right, okay. You're working? You're in the middle of your work session today, are you? Wow. Truck driving man right there. Old Vincent T. Bryan. Live from Canada. Broke down, so I got time on my hands. Oh no. The old breakdown. Wow. Have you been busy as of late? I haven't seen you around, man. Of course, I haven't seen you around for a long time before recently, but I hope Don't make a habit of that. I want to see you. Come on, man. We still got some lively discussions in us. And some minis to paint. Got some folks for you to meet. You know the gist. You know me. Hope your breakdown isn't too bad. Hi, Chihuahua. It's a good thing I went live. Provide some ambience to your waiting session. That's right, folks. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at the ambience. While I sit here and paint miniatures and jibber jabber, usually to myself. It's good conversation, I'm telling you. Good conversation. I started a new job and we've been visiting houses. You're an independent trucker, right? If I recall, I'm not sure I asked you that. All I know is you're a truck driver. My guess is you're an independent truck driver. I could be wrong. I'm sure we'll find out in a minute. Oh. Boy, first day at the new job and you break down. It's terrible. Terrible. Terrible start. Let me check the stream. Got 4 viewers. Oh, what happened to my Twitch viewer? Let me see something. Let us see something. Is this going downwards? Yeah, it is going downwards. Huh. Alright, well, let's fix that. I didn't realize this was vertical. Let me put this somewhere where it's not too... Where am I going to put this? We'll put it on the right of the screen. There we go. Hey, Squirrel. I was hoping you'd still around. It's closing in on work time for you. Hey, Big Small. Hey, Vince. Do you remember playing Pathfinder with us? Years ago. Remember that Pathfinder? We were playing Rise of the Rune Lords. You were a barbarian. You came into the Shady Dragon, or the Rusty Dragon Inn, and tried to cause some trouble. Yeah, do you remember that, Vince? I have that on video. I'm starting a Pathfinder First Edition campaign again. I was curious if you wanted to come back in and try your hand at some Pathfinder First Edition, since you were originally in my original campaign and played a couple sessions. But yeah, good fun. We're having good fun there. I'd love to get Vince back in my Pathfinder campaign. Pick up where we left off. Good riotous fun, that. Coffee's perfect today, not too sweet. Just good enough. Yeah, how you doing, Paul? How is everything? Hope all is good across the pond. Squirrelage, I hope everything's good with you too. How's Zaddy feeling? I'm a company driver. Okay. Company driver. Owner-operators typically don't have the weekend to paint minis. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. That's true. Well, I'm streaming every day. I typically don't stream on Wednesdays. I play games on Sunday. Pathfinder was awesome. We had just gotten started playing, man, and didn't get a chance to really get into it. We're going to pick up where we left off. We're going to do it again, you see? I got plans. Yeah, Vince. I'll get you in the chat soon when you're available. Like I said, we got lots to discuss. Lots and lots and lots to discuss. Yeah, all good, says Big Small. While listening, I am writing up my boys' new Warhammer Fantasy roleplay scenario, Shipwrecked. They're about to encounter swamp zombies, a vampire, and a tribe of armed gorillas. How sword and sorcery-like is that? Gorillas. Armed gorillas. Armed gorillas. Ay, ay, ay. Vincent Bryan says, oh yeah, we do. And I have a very ambitious hobby project on the horizon. So everybody gird your loins. Get those loins girded. Vincent's got a pretty ambitious project coming up. I can't wait to hear all about it, as I'm sure you guys want to hear about it too, from our good friend up north. Yeah. We are starting World War II. All right, Vince is pretty determined here for sure. From scratch. I am switching to 10 millimeter. Mine's made up. Can't change it. And we are going to start in 1939 and work our way up. What an idea that is. Wow. So you're going to work your way completely through World War II, collecting minis, researching the uniforms, the battles, the scenarios you're going to set up, all the way through 1945. That is awesome. That is definitely ambitious. That's a lifetime project right there. That's like me saying, okay, I'm going to do Napoleonics. We're going to start from 1796 and work our way up to 1815. And we're going to start and play from the beginning to the end, every campaign, battle, uniforms, collection. It's just, I mean, that's a hobby in itself. You're done. How you doing, Zedarock? So yeah, World War II. Okay. 10 mil. Okay. No, I don't want to shake that up. I want to drink coffee instead. I gotta keep my eye on this. want to know. I've been summoned. Okay, let me take care of business here. How you feeling, Zaddy? I'm gonna say you're probably feeling like a queen. Feeling awesome. I mean, the squirrel's been taking care of you. Boy, you'd be up and at 'em in no time at all with that going on. I would assume. Webbling, webbling. Excuse me, folks. I've been summoned, so I'm a little bit distracted here for a minute or two. I can see the chat, though. Good to hear from you again, Vince. Got my techno on today. It's good. Good stuff. I love techno. Makes me want to get up and dance. Truck is back in service. That's good news, Vince. That's good. Zadarok says, improving today. It'll work its way out of the system slowly. Just needed to get to a point that I could function a little to get moving, and moving around I am. That's good. Good to hear. Nothing like laying there being lazy and miserable. Back doing my thing. Yep, that's what makes us feel good, right? Doing our thing. It's like with painting for me. I love to get back into this, and I always feel better afterwards, although tired. I push myself in these streams, for instance. How many people in the chat are morning people? I mean, when the sun cracks the horizon and the birds start singing, you just want to jump out of bed and get crazy. It's time to get things on. You are a morning person. You heat up that coffee, you step out on the porch, in the summertime, of course, and you just feel the rays of the sun envelop you. The cool breeze and just the waking up is something you really look forward to. It's just awesome. Take a deep breath, pull it all in, feel the energy that surrounds you. How many people are morning people? And how many people just, I can't be bothered, leave me alone, throw the blankets over your head, sink your head into that pillow. Take a deep breath and just fall back into slumberland. How many people are more like the latter? Are there any morning people out there? I'm curious. The guerrilla regiment. I gotta take a look at that. Remind me if I forget, Big Small. I'm taking care of something else at the moment. But yeah, question has been served. Let's see some answers. Morning person. I'll tell you which one I am. You guys can probably guess. I've said it before. See who is paying attention. The squirrel doesn't even need the sunshine. His feet hit the floor and it's on. No coffee required either. Of course. Okay. What about you, Zaddy? Paul, what about you over there in the UK across the pondage? Vince, are you a morning person? Come on, I want to hear it. I am a morning person, says Zadarok. For the most part. I enjoy the quiet and slowness of the day. Okay, well there's Zadarok. Paul says mornings are unnatural. They're unnatural. There you go. There it is. Spoken like a true Yorkshireman. Can't be bothered. Well, as for me, I love the mornings. It's in my blood. I'm a morning person. I can't wait to get out of bed. It's really difficult for me, actually. I get so excited. I could be exhausted, go to bed at night, sleep for 4 hours, which isn't enough time, of course. I need at least 6. But after 3 or 4 hours, I could wake up for whatever reason. And the first thing on my mind is, oh boy, is it time to get up? Should I get coffee now? I don't want to go back to bed, but I have to. That's me. That's what I'm like. I'd rather be up and around doing things, excited and full of energy instead of sleeping. That said, you need the sleep, and I do enjoy my sleep. It's awesome, but I don't know. I gotta get up, man. I just want to get up and live this life. Even when there's nothing to do. I think that's why I enjoy spring so much. Because it's like everything's coming alive. It's like a morning. It's like waking up in the morning. Squirrel enjoys the mornings. Morning person. Especially in the summer, spring. The weather's beautiful and sunny, sunshine. I spend a lot of my time outside in spring and summer. As you can imagine. So it's a nice time. It's a nice time. I do enjoy sleep, 6 hours. I hate night shift. Yeah, I don't like when my sleeping schedule gets screwed up. I hate staying up late. I mean, it's good in a way. I do enjoy it at times, but the solitude but man, too much of that. There's no one around. It's quiet. It's too quiet. Even online, everyone's not around. And then you end up going to bed when the sun's coming up. And it's like, what is this? What is going on here? That I absolutely hate. And if you don't, you're groggy all day, so it just totally screws me up. Got a rough outline for the scenario planned. The map drafted, all necessary scenery and figures unboxed and gathered. Now to start on the details, stats, etc. Well, that's good. That's your project, right? That's your big project for the day. Could not do night shift. Luckily, never had to. Even back in the day when I party hard, hated being up late. So I was dig, or honestly less trouble too. Second here. Okay, got that out of the way. Busy, 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 busy. Hi, Kat. I was just thinking about you. What's going on here? Every time I think about people, including Vince, Kat, and some other folks recently, like Max, they show up that day. Am I summoning people? Wow, I got the vibe, man. I've got the vibe. It's crazy. Anyway, Kat says, hello, hello, hello. How you doing, Kat, by the way? I haven't talked to you in a while. Kat's going to be starting her own YouTube channel soon. She's working on it. Her first episode is going to be titled, I Am Kat. What an introduction that's going to be. I can't wait. There's some jobs I get picked for, says Squirrel. Thankfully, the next one I am on days. That's good to hear. Chicken fried steak fingers. No thumbs, fingers. Gravy and fries on the menu for this evening. Good eating over there at Squirrel Hermitage. That's for sure. Good eating. Big Small Worlds, Paul says, put up some works in progress pics to show how I modeled the armed gorillas. I'm going to look at that next in a minute here. Cat, who knows? Who really knows? You know? Precognition for the win. It could be. Could be. It could be. Now that I think about it, I'll have to bring that up with Jesse. You might be onto something there, Big Small. More details to follow. Anyway, moving on. Catacles says, I'm pretty fine and dandy. Got into sci-fi again. What does that mean? Got into science fiction. Again. What are you thinking about, Cat? What's going on with that? Again with the sci-fi? Details. Details, please. It's good to hear, actually. I'm getting into sci-fi myself. Trying to. Get that off the screen. I don't think you've ever met Kat yet, Big Small Paw. Or Big Small Worlds. She is the... How do I say this, Cat? What's the term we use for catacles? I can't remember. My short-term memory just shut off again. Mascot? Is that what I call you? She's the mascot of the community. Is it mascot? Yeah, mascot it is. Oh, jeez. She's the community mascot. And sometimes co-host here on the Paint-Alongs with Fritz among us. I've been binge-watching the Men in Black series. Aha! Except for the one with Chris Hemsworth. Okay, okay. Yeep. There you go. All right, let's go over and take a look at the pictures put forward in the general chat. Put these in the miniatures channel, Paul. Not that I'm upset or anything, just there's a miniatures channel perfect for this. There's one of the apes or the gorillas. Oh, these are great. All right, let's look at these gorilla swashbucklers. Hold on, I gotta remember how to do things. There we go. There we go. There's a hint at what we're about to see here. I drilled holes in their arms, then thrust a plastic sprue piece in till it was stuck, good and proper. Then, by applying a blobula of glue to the bit of sprue, I could glue the shield on. Let's take a look. Oh, that's awesome. This makes me think Conan. Armed ape men. Fire and ice. There you go. Kind of blurry there, but I can just make it out. Okay. That looks good, actually. The way the ape is posed. How he's bracing the shield. All right, yes, Mr. Happy Monkey. Don't mess with the white trowel. Leader of the pack. That's great. It's really good, Paul. Too bad that blurred, though. I could see it. Okay. Oh, they're barrel chairs. Yeah, looks like the paint along crew right there. Okay. Let's get that off the screen. Get off the screen. Get out of here. Men in black, men in black. Everyone buried under snow now? How you doing, Clyde? Nope, not here. Snow's melting. Well, it's not really melting. It's just we're in a deep freeze. Gonna be in a deep freeze for a little bit longer through the weekend. My water froze, so it's particularly tough for me. Doesn't start to thaw out until Sunday or Monday. And then the next 4 days will be daytime close to 40 or in the 40s. So that's my hope, that my pipes will thaw out. I had to actually buy water. I'm waterless. Surprisingly, nope. My whole drive is a sheet of ice. I had to throw dirt down on it. I don't have salt. It's a rough winter. Definitely colder than the past few years, and definitely a lot of ice. A lot more ice. Yeah. I don't per se. Frozen Fritz saga continues. Yeah, at least until I think it's going to start thawing out by Monday or Saturday at the earliest. Then we're going to get about 4 days of close to 40 weather, so I'm hoping. Ugh, it's miserable, man. $20 some odd inches of snow here. That's a lot. That one winter. Missed a good chunk. Where'd you come up with the nickname Cat? Well, it's short for her name, so I could see why she'd have that as a nickname. Catherine, Catherine, Catherine. Let's just say cat, okay? Let's just say cat. Yeah, this is one of the roughest winters we've had, and I'd say about 3 plus, maybe 4 years. Probably longer than that. Most of our winters are pretty mild, but they tend to linger through spring in terms of damp and chilly weather. But this year, we're getting hit hard with the cold Arctic weather that just lingers for weeks at a time. We had some good dumpings of snow, nothing major, nothing unusual. I think back in December we had a big dump of snow, and it was just a wet snow, and it just did so much damage here on my property. I've got a lot of work this spring. But it's good because it gave me a lot of deadfall, which is going to give me a lot of wood to burn. So, hey, it worked out. The gods are watching, man. The spirits are watching. They're helping. Drop the harine. Catherine. I'm waiting in the green room if you need a co-host. Okay. I got you, Cat. Printed out the quick reference sheets for Harnmeister on the fly game, and I'm more readily to do so. Cold here, wearing my llama poncho today. Ah, the old llama poncho. Alpaca. To the more sophisticated folks out there. The blurred photos can never be corrected as the models are painted now. Yeah, well, that takes care of that. Would you guys like to hear Cat? Would you like to hear Cat? Maybe she'll prop her camera up today. We could see Cat as she peruses or plays her guitar. She keeps things on topic, hobby related, right, Cat? Keep things on topic. So our viewer count doesn't drop dramatically. That's Cat. That's what Cat is responsible for as co-host. She keeps things on topic. Okay? We'll bring Cat in here so she can discuss hobby-related topics with us. Maybe with a little bit of this and a little bit of that on the side. We'll see. She knows how it works. She is the mascot and co-host of the Paint-A-Longage. Hobby-related music. All right, let me catch up on the chat reel, and then we'll bring her in. Cat says, the cold hit me like a freight train. Given I got RSV, thank God I got over it. Rain, says Percy, here today, but not cold at all. I think our winter is over. Remember winters as a kid, says Zetarock. Winter starting Thanksgiving till the end of Easter. Yeah, pretty much. Hobby-related music. Top 10 supermodels of the 80s and 90s. Percy starting off our next topic today. All right, let's go fetch Cat and bring her in here. Let me get it set up where I can get the cameras showing. I don't know if she's going to do the camera thing today, but everybody be nice to Cat. She's fragile. Are you fragile, Cat? I don't think she's fragile. Let me see. What is that? I'll keep that there. Discord chat cams. Where's my participantes? I guess that's already on. All right, let's get over there. I'm not even over there. Let's see. Live paint chat. That's the one I go to. Let's go over there. Turn my camera on over there. Gotta do that. The old virtual cam. Spam, spam, spam. Spammity, spammity, spam. Hold on, cat. I gotta fix something here. Do 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 do. Main. Okay. Takes me forever to do this. All right. Prepare yourself, everybody, because now we're going to have a special guest who's also a co-host. All right, we're going to bring in the Catacles, see what she has to say about life and do some catching up, okay? There you go, Catacles. Catacles has arrived. All right, how you doing, Catacles? Catacles has arrived.
Hello, hello.
She always starts with a deep sigh. Sounds like it's been a rough week. Yeah.
The whole house is sick.
Really? Oh, no.
All because of me.
Oh, you brought the germ in, did you?
Yeah.
I'm sure Grandpa's really happy about that.
I'll be so happy. The only thing is my grandmother hasn't gotten sick. And I don't think she will.
Yeah.
It's
Good.
Weird.
But your Grandpa's sick.
Oh, he is sick like a dog.
Oh, I feel bad for him. He must be cursing it.
Oh, no, he was. Oh, he was.
Bringing in germs in the house, damn it.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I bet.
No, the first 2 days I was bedridden. It was terrible. I'm pretty sure what I had was RSV. Unfortunately, he got bronchitis. I don't know how he got bronchitis, but when he coughs, it reverberates through the whole house.
Say something, Cat. Turn your volume up.
Oh.
Let me put you at 130. They said you're a little bit quiet. I think you are a little bit quiet.
Am I?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Let me turn my Spotify down. That would probably help on my end.
That probably would help.
I got music thumping over here.
Whenever I turn my Spotify on, I usually have it set to like half volume so I can actually hear everybody. Yeah.
Well, you have to.
Yeah. I don't want to intentionally ignore you. That would be mean.
Can you guys hear on YouTube okay? Is she okay? I've got all the volumes cranked on my end for her. Yeah, I was just thinking about you today. Right before the chat.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, it is. That's been happening to me a lot in the last couple of weeks. Max, Vince. Vince was actually a few weeks. Yeah, we won't get into that. We'll save the paranormal talk for later in the chat.
Oh, boy.
You know what always comes up? Because I love it. I love it, Cat. I love it. Can you guys in YouTube and Twitch, can you hear Cat okay? Is her volume all right? Cat is 65% as loud as Fritz. I have her volume pretty much cranked on Discord. She's at 130%.
Maybe it's my own volume. Hold on. I'm double checking. It might be my own Yeah, I think it's my own volume.
Okay. Done a little soft talking this week, have you?
I don't know.
No.
Give me 1 second. Let me figure out what might be going on with my mic here.
Okay. Let me see what I could do. Device properties. No, that's not it, I don't think. What is it I'm looking for? Manage sound devices. That's what we want, I think. Microphone.
Did that fix anything?
Oh, it's different.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So, apparently my mic was on the wrong thing, which explains a lot. So, and plus my volume was cranked down to 50, I think. So that might have something to do with it. Perhaps. Maybe even.
Maybe. Let me go to my mixer board. Because it could be me. If I open my sound mixer, I might have the volume from Discord down too low.
No, Arn just said that the volume's good and the quality's good. So I think it was me.
Yeah, everything's where it should be right now on my end.
Yeah. Ah, darn me and my... I don't even know why I would have it on that setting. I don't even remember consciously setting it like that. Maybe I was half asleep and I said it?
That's
I don't
it.
know.
That's it. Half a sleepage.
I have those moments.
Yep.
Uh,
So how you getting through this winter so far? It's pretty cold.
Well, it hasn't been that cold, at least to me, because for some odd reason, I'm just a portable heater.
Okay. Okay.
Well, like, the way that it works is, this is really weird, but whenever it drops below, like, 50, actually, no, when it drops below 40, I'm thriving, absolutely thriving. It's when it drops into, like, the negative, like, 10s that I actually get cold. But when it gets above, like, 75 or 80, I start baking. Like, it's unbearably hot.
Well, that is pretty warm. 80 degrees.
75. 75 is, like, where I top out. Like, the highest I can tolerate, and the one time we had, like, over 100-degree weather here, that for, like, a couple of days, and I was like a metal, like a pile of, like, melted flesh on the concrete the second I went outside.
Just melted like a candle.
Yeah. The rest of my family
Yikes.
love the heat. The rest of my family love the heat. I hate the heat. I'm a full winter enjoyer, and I think it's... Another thing I noticed is people who were born in the summer months tend to prefer the, like, autumn or winter months. And the people who were born in the winter and fall months prefer the spring and the summer months. It's kind of weird. Of course, there are people who enjoy the season that they were born in,
That's me.
but most people I know enjoy the complete opposite season that they were instead of the one that they were born in. And it's kind of neat, to me at least, how that works, kinda. Like, you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I was born
Yeah.
in March. I was born on first day of spring, actually. And
Oh.
spring is my favorite. So I'm a spring baby. So I've always said, oh, that's probably why I like spring and mornings so much, because I was born on the first day of spring.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for me, I was born in the smack middle of July, which sometimes Pennsylvanian summers can be so hot that you just step outside and voila, you are a puddle on the concrete.
Oh, I'm so tired of Northeast United States weather. I am tired of it.
So do I. Like, it's unfunny how we have like at least a month or two, maybe not even that, of like spring weather, and then the rest is either summer or winter weather
Hmm.
or fall. And it's like, at least it's not Texas weather where it's hot all summer. Well, like hot all year long.
You get all four seasons, and it's not consistent. Winters and
Yeah.
summers can be different. Actually, summers are pretty consistent, but how the length of them is the thing that's debatable.
Yeah.
Winters are always a mixed bag. It could be really bad or it could be really frickin' good. I've seen winters
Yeah.
go by where there was absolutely no snow whatsoever. I've seen that once in my
And
life.
in this year we're just having like practically snow every week,
Yeah. Nothing
which
major though.
I was yeah. I was disappointed because I was like, can we please have Christmas? Can we have like a Christmas morning for once where we can have snow? No, we had to wait till January to get a bunch of snow.
Yeah.
I was mad.
You were.
The way I was disappointed when I woke up Christmas morning, looked out my window and saw nothing.
Yeah. Just everything's dead and dormant. Not very inspiring.
I was truly. Like it's weird to see how, like, when you read books, how the seasons seem so evenly spaced, but then you look around and you're like, that's not accurate at all.
Nope.
Because in the smack middle of like, I'm thinking like sometimes February to March, it can be like shiveringly cold winter weather, and then next day, the next thing you know, it's spring, and it's like, how does that work? And then the very next day, it's cold again.
Yeah. It's all over the place. I don't like it. I
Exactly.
don't like it, Kat. I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
I got so fed up with it. I think it was last night. I was walking around the room here cursing and just so upset that it's freaking. I'm tired of this freaking winter. This is getting bad. Then I realized every single winter I get this way. I get miserable because it's like being locked in
Yeah.
a house for so long. Towards the end of it, you start losing your mind.
Yeah,
It happens to
exactly.
me
It's
every
like,
freaking year as we get towards the
yeah,
end of winter.
yeah, it's like being it's like being thrown into like one of those like padded cells, and like initially you're fine with it, but then after a while you start
Yeah.
bouncing off the walls of pure sanity.
Yeah, get me the hell out of here. I can't take it. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, I will admit,
Pardon the French, folks.
not only am I a winter enjoyer, I am in fact a very big fall enjoyer. I love fall because since I live on literally what is can be deemed as the most perfect childhood ground because there is literally trees all around. So when the
Childhood.
trees shed their leaves, we can just make a giant pile of leaves, and I like doing that every single year and just diving headfirst into it. It's always a blast.
Yeah.
Plus, whenever my cousins come over, what we'll do sometimes is like we'll straight up like figure out ways to get the leaves to stick together, and we will like figure out a way to make armor out of leaves and fight each other with the leaves.
There you go. There you go. Getting creative. Druidic combat. Yeah. Fantastic. There, I got some more white
Of course,
done
we
on my
always come
flags.
back in the house with that. Ooh,
How's
those
your...
look nice.
Thanks, Kat. How's your painting going along? Have you done any work on your painting?
Oh,
Be
I
honest.
haven't done anything like
No.
a month. Man, I've been so busy.
Yeah. Let's read the chat here. Clyde Dashing joins us, of course. How you doing, Clyde? With his fedora. I read that. Move down the street from me, says Clyde. Hot all the time. In a couple weeks, it's cold. Boom. Squirrel says lack of sunshine and cabin fever. Yes, exactly. Drives me insane. Squirrel also says, I love the seasons. Just don't like the extremes or the roller coaster weather and temps.
Yeah, no. That's like the worst part of it all.
Yeah. Like for me, it's particularly brutal because if you don't know, my water pipes froze. That's twice this year.
Yeah.
So I have no
Ugh.
running water whatsoever until either Saturday or Monday when it starts to warm up for like 4 days, near the 40s. Again, that's the type of weather we're talking about here, me and Kat. And then, cross your fingers.
Yeah. I'll be so glad when there's what I like to call the in-between months. And the reason I call them the in-between months is because, before I continue, those are, wow. I like the like blue, the light blue on white, and the green on white. Those look really nice. Yeah. The red on white one's nice too, but I like the blue and green one specifically. Man.
Handmade flags. I get paid extra to do that. This is my favorite thing to do. I love drawing flags.
I can imagine. I started getting into designing flags. It is kind of neat to do.
Mm-hmm.
But as I was saying, what I like to call the in-between months is where like the weather is transitioning into a different season, and it's like for like a brief, sometimes 1 to 2 week period. So it's not very long, but it is very. It can be relished. Like my favorite in-between month is probably the transition from spring into summer. Because the weather is sunny with with sometimes a few clouds in the sky.
Well,
but it's not super warm. I mean, it's warm, but it's not like, oh, I'm gonna die the moment I set foot outside, or like slightly chilly. It's like a warm with like a slight breeze, and it's so Nice.
Today's word of the day is relish. Relish. Clyde likes relish. Use it three times in a sentence before midnight tonight, and you will win a painted army of your choice in any scale. 300 figures maximum. Painted by our good friend Squirrel Hermit. He'll be hard at work on those as soon as we draw a winner. So there you go. Use it 3 times before midnight. Relish, relish, relish. Great word. It's kind of like Rumpelstiltskin. Or shillelagh. Shillelagh is a good word, too. I like that.
Yeah.
There you go. Relish.
Yeah.
That's good hearing from you
so
again, Kat. How is everything on the... You feeling good? Feeling good? Everything okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
All
Of
right.
course, I'm a bit worn out because
Okay.
doing 12 hours of dance every week wears you
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. How's that going for you?
Oh man, it's great. I mean, initially the first like 1 or 2 weeks, I was super nervous because like the one group, I didn't realize how many of them there were. I think there was like 16 of them,
Wow.
and I was just like, oh. I was about to like lose it. Like I was standing there, and I just noticed the kids kept piling in. I was like, oh God, please. Thankfully, I have great memory. So I like practically memorized all their names. There's like maybe 1 or 2 that I'm yet to memorize, but I finally learned her name again, so I memorized her now.
Okay.
Memorized all their names, and they love me to death.
Are you a senior in the class by now? One of the seniors, would you say?
Technically, yeah.
You've been there a long time.
Yeah. 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 I'm kind of considered one of the seniors now.
Yeah, helping all the new kids learn the moves.
Yeah. It's kind of nice to do. Because the one class that I student teach, they're like maybe 6, 7 years old, maybe 8. I don't know, but
Jeez,
they
that's
are
young.
There's only like maybe like 4 or 5 of them. Yeah. No, some of these kids get into dance like as young as 4. I was 5 when I got into dance, so I've been dancing since. Jeez, I've been
that's a long
dancing
time.
nearly 10 years now. Oh.
Jeez.
Yeah, I've been dancing nearly a decade now. Oh God.
You better be pretty good by now. Come on. You can open up your own studio at that point. Man, you'd be a black belt.
But I'm not nearly,
black belt
I
and
mean,
dance.
I'm good, but I'm not nearly as good as my dance teacher. She's been dancing for 35 years. I'm not nearly as good as her. Oh man.
That's another good word. The word robust. Squirrel uses it extensively.
Oh.
It's a very powerful, strong word, robust. I've been known to use it as well.
Discombobulation.
Discombobulate. Now there's a word for us, folks. Discombobulated.
Yeah.
Vernacular. I wish I had a better command of the English language, to be honest with you. I struggle with a lot of words.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know why, but I used to have such an enjoyment for English, but because I was like reading articles, like just random articles about writing and such, and just seeing how the writing community has been overtaken by like bots and everything, I've just kind of started losing faith in writing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I enjoy writing poems and such, but when it comes to writing full-fledged books, it makes me sad to think that there's bots that that will probably take said idea and do Lord knows what with it.
Yeah, it can. But I think as
Yeah.
we get along with the technology and more incorporated into our everyday lives, I think you're going to see it start to get molded and structured in a way where it's not really something to be feared. I think it's going to be a more personalized AI experience.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to take over the arts like a lot of people fear it. I think there's a lot of stopgaps they can put in to prevent that, and I think that's going to be a thing. There's going to be some ethics involved with this as we, over time, learn more about it. I think it's just going to happen. I have a lot of faith in humanity.
Yeah.
And knowing that, I use AI, various chat programs to help my writing, but not to replace my writing, because that's what we don't want. I don't think any human wants that. None of us want that. In the creative process, it can be very helpful. So I think it's just a matter of time before we are able to really make AI what it should be. But it's going to happen. It's not going to take over things. Don't worry about that. That's my take.
I mean, yeah. I guess my take is, it's just like seeing as how on like Twitter and like Instagram, I see like artists putting like anti-AI filters over their art and everything, and it's kind of sad to see that we went from having to we could like be, I guess, coexisting peacefully with AI, but since like there's a few places that don't they use like user generated things and like art such to like fuel their programs and everything. When artists found that out and they started putting filters on everything, it just kind of like put me in a state of shock. Like, we went from existing peacefully and everything to practically being so, at least wise the artist community, being so terrified of the AI just overshadowing them.
You know, I was listening to a video the other day, and it brought up something that I am in total agreement with, that we got to make some corrections to. And it involves AI, but it also involves the most simplistic form of technically AI, which is spell checks.
Yeah.
And spell checks are a part of our everyday life. We have them on our phones. We use them all the time, and we don't even realize it. There's spell checkers everywhere. The problem with spell checkers, and this is just an example of a much more broader issue, spell checks are a perfect example of the dumbing down of humanity. Because people, it's been shown, they do not learn when spell checkers are in use. They don't learn the correct way to spell things. They just continue to misspell them, and the spell checker makes the corrections. People aren't learning. Like in the old days, when you misspelled something, you learned how to spell it correctly, and you kept spelling it correctly. You learned from it. You learned from the experience. You looked it up. You wrote it the right way, so on and so forth. Now, people don't do that anymore. So there's this literal dumbing down of humanity. The same applies to critical thinking. Critical thinking doesn't exist very much anymore. I wonder why. Part of the reason is because of AI and technology taking away the need to think. So,
yeah.
And this is an issue. This is a huge issue because it's literally dumbing humanity. Let's read the chat.
Yeah.
James says, I think the quality of AI output is very low compared to human made music, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Technology has created a lazy society, and I see the continued downfall with all these advancements. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Just because it can be done, should it be done? What do you think, Catacles? What do you think?
I mean, honestly,
Mhm.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, like, I'll say coming from my experience, I've been growing up in a household in which you are expected to be learning how to say and write things the right way, such as spelling and everything. And when I go out and I talk to kids my age and I use words that they should be knowing at like that time, they kind of look at me with like a dumbfounded expression like, how do you know, like like almost like a look of wonder. And it's almost sad to think about because sure, like I like use technology a lot, but I enjoy learning to the fullest extent and seeing kids that are exactly my age who are relying more on AI and technology and everything to do their schoolwork and help them, like, essentially cheat their way through school is genuinely the most disappointing thing I think I've ever seen. I mean, no wonder, like, there's like schools that are like getting these pouches to put phones in and everything. Like, I'm gonna be 110% truthful. There's a lot of these kids that aren't even learning. They're just sitting there in their, probably on their desk, probably talking to their friends, using AI to cheat through their homework because they don't feel like actually learning. And it's just sad. Like, whatever happened to enjoying sitting in a desk and learning? Especially if it's hands-on learning. Like an example being like, give me a second. I'm trying to think. Alright. But I guess as like I lost my train of thought. Um we as a society, I mean, AI can be good in certain things and it's nice, but when it comes to having it involved, like when it got to the hands of like the average teenager and everything just went downhill. Like, I know a lot of my friends use AI to help with their schoolwork and everything. And I guess, like, I mean, the thing is, there are certain AIs that you can use to help, but don't have it do your work. Like, just be, like, smart for once and, like, actually sit there and listen to the teacher, because I guarantee you, when you get out in the real world and everything, you're gonna need the skills that you're just letting pass through one ear and out the other. And it's sad to think that there's people my age and everything who's just letting that happen. They're just sitting there and not really caring. And yeah. 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 Honestly, like, now looking at chat again, yeah. uh yeah, make grammar shaming great again. Like, screw having like perfect grammar all the time. Like, perfect grammar should be used for like writing and like poetry and everything of the sort. But when it comes to normal talking, use it. I mean, I guess use proper English whenever you're at like a workplace or such. Like, when it's like a proper environment or you're trying to get a point across. But man, it's kind of funny how it all works, I guess. I mean, I think one of the first AIs I remember that was starting to really show front was probably Grammarly, and which was the grammar fixing AI, which you have to pay for, which at that point, if you want to pay an AI to fix your grammar, just learn on your own. Like, if you are willing to pay for an AI to fix your grammar and either make you sound dumber or just a teeny bit smarter, just straight up learn how to write on your own. It's not that hard. Like, just pick up an English book and start reading. It's not that hard.
Jeez, I'm sitting here talking
Please.
and I'm muted. I was wondering, why is she talking over me? I'm gonna throw her out of here in a minute. What's going on? I was muted again.
Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry.
That's nothing you did. I was saying I use Grammarly all the time. I got it free with my school, and I still use it.
Yeah.
And to me, when I use it, I actually use it to learn. Like, if I use improper grammar on something, or if I wonder if the grammar is wrong, I pay attention and see what Grammarly says. And it works in a way that it doesn't just give you the answer. It shows you where you went wrong and why, and shows the alternatives too if you used grammar in a different way. So that's the kind of AI that's extremely useful, because you're learning when you're using it, as opposed to just push the button, it does it all for you and you're done, which you can do as well with Grammarly. But I'm actually interested, in the proper use of the comma and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's important to me. I want to learn. But not everybody
Yeah.
does.
Which is sad.
It's like having your own private teacher whenever you need him.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'll admit, I use Grammarly whenever I write. Sometimes. And when I do use it, it actually makes a lot more sense to me. And if anything, I learned more from Grammarly than I do my grandmother.
Yeah,
Sorry
there
to
you
her.
go. There you go.
Which, I mean, I don't want to be mean, but like, I mean, there's like,
Kat is homeschooled, by the way, for those who don't know.
yeah,
So
I'm
she means her teacher when she says her
yeah,
grandmother.
unfortunately homeschooled.
No, don't say that. I think it's great.
Yeah, well, actually,
It's great, Kat. It's
oh
great.
man.
Stop it.
Oh no, no, now you're giving me a, oh man, you just gave me a realization.
I did.
Like, I'm realizing that if I weren't homeschooled, I think I would be just as dumbed down as like all the other teenagers my age, which is kind of mortifying to think about. See, I have the belief, and I've had this belief for the longest time, that everything happens for a reason, and when you try to change it, the situation will flip. Like, if somebody behaves one way, like, an example being, like, when my grandfather got heart surgery, he was stubborn beforehand, and my grandmother was very adamant about him going to the hospital, and she would go to the hospital when need be. But since he got his heart surgery, they completely flipped personalities. Now she's the stubborn one, and he's the one adamant about her going to the hospital and him going to the hospital when needed. I have the belief everything like that, like, everything has to be one way for a reason, and when it's tried to change, it will change in such a way that it will stay the same situation, but in a completely different form. Kinda. So, like, an example being, like, I'm trying to think of an example I can, like, come up with.
Examples.
Say, say you're a child, like, say you had a kid that, grew up in such a household where they lived with one parent, like in like in a divorced household, and one kid lived with the other parent.
Okay.
And so,
Yes.
and the one parent was completely not involved and had no idea about the kid involved. Now, when the kid comes into contact with said other parent, technically the kid knows now both parents and is technically has contact with both. Now, what I believe can happen is sometimes the situation will flip. So you can have that same kid can have the mom in person, but when that situation comes when both parents are in contact with said child, the child can swap to the dad's kind of side of life because some situation can happen, like, what's the best way to put it? Like, let's say the dad wasn't that great of a person and the mom was, and for some unknown reason or unknown force swaps the personality of the mom and dad, making the mom the not so great person and the dad more improved. So the child would probably go to the dad instead. That probably made no sense, but whenever I was trying to comprehend it into words, it was making sense. My
Okay. What is the point? What are you trying to say? Just
point is, I believe that no matter how you try to change something, it will always stay the same. Like, it can be in such a situation how essentially you can be in one place, like in your life, where you have said thing and you want another thing. Now, if you get the said thing that you want, sometimes you may just have to give up that thing that you have. So either way, you have to give up something in order to get what you want. Like an example being, like, when, like, the biggest example is with my grandparents. When, before the massive event happened, they were, one was stubborn and the other one wasn't. When the event happened, they flipped personalities. The one that was originally calm and collected became so stubborn that it was almost noticeable immediately, and the person who was stubborn before became more calm and collected. It's really weird, but it's a little thing that I've just noticed over the span of, like,
okay.
I have no idea.
So your point is people change.
It, they can change depending on the situation. Like, they can go from being one way, but when something happens, they completely flip in the opposite direction.
Well, life is dynamic. It should be. Things change, people change,
That's
weather
true.
change. Change is part of nature. That's to be expected.
That is true.
Even stone, even mountains change over time.
Yeah.
Everything is about change. Things can change, Kat. Things can be different, and you should expect it, if anything.
Yeah.
Change is probably the most consistent thing you'll ever encounter in life. So that's your point. Now here's a question.
Yeah.
This is a little psychology question. Here we go. You ready?
Oh. Uh-huh.
Do you believe, Miss Catacles,
Uh-huh.
that someone's intelligence can change? Now, let me
Yeah.
finish. Let me clarify.
Oh.
Are there people that are just so inherently dumb, that no matter what you do, what you teach, how they are educated, they just cannot break through that level and get beyond? Do you think, in this case, we're using intelligence as the example, is people's intelligence levels fixed from birth? I mean, is there a potential cap on people's intelligence? What do you think?
Well, I don't think there's so much as caps on people's intelligence. I believe people can grasp and learn things at different rates. However, there are some people who just,
Ah,
no matter how hard you try, they can't learn. They
okay.
don't learn from their mistakes. And the biggest example of this was in the book Tragedy and Hope. I sort of noticed that every 30 or 40 years, maybe even 10, minor events that are the same exact like consequences of an action that happened every 10 to 30 years. The same exact thing every 10 to 30 years, like in between 10 to 30 years. And that happened roughly 6 or 7 times. So, I believe that no, there is no caps on intelligence. Like, the biggest example are, like, there are people who have IQs of over 200, and it's probably because they are able to, they've had, probably from a younger age, had their mind more open to things, more open to learning, more open to grasp and comprehend things. But there are some people who are
Just,
so
it's
dense
just dumb.
that they could probably, yeah, they practically fall to the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Dumb.
They're like, yeah, they just can't grasp or comprehend anything.
Okay.
And that's
Mhm.
what makes me so interested in how the brain works, because the brain may only be 3 pounds, roughly, and the coolest thing about the brain is that everybody's brain is wired differently. And this has actually been confirmed when they check people's, like, they have taken samples from people's brains, looking at their neurons. Places where neurons were in some brains weren't there in others. There are people's brains, like, everybody has
Brains.
like,
I
either
need
more
brains.
or some people have more or less neurons than others. So everybody has a different layout of neurons or just a different way of thinking. Like, initially when I was growing up, oh, and that's another thing I believe. I believe the way, actually, before I say that, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Fritz. And chat. Do you believe that, like, a person's way of thinking, like, if, say, they were a right brain when they were younger, can change when they're older to a left brained, or think in both hemispheres? Like, do you believe that a person's way of thinking, without anything drastic happening, can change? Like a different perspective on life,
Subtle
or
changes.
more. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I do. Yes.
And why do you?
Because I witness it in my own life.
Yeah?
What do you want? Details? What's going on here?
Well, I mean, I also noticed that same thing in my life. Like, when I was younger, I was a left-brained person. I was so left-brained. I was so analytical. Every little thing I would notice and note it. Like, it was almost as if my brain was like some sort of supercomputer that was just hidden as a brain.
James says, yes, Kat,
And
I started a very arty right brain person, and then I had to learn practical skills at work, and my mentality shifted with it. Percy says, age changes thinking all the time, called wisdom. Yeah, a perfect example of the brain changing is what as you grow up. And we're always growing
Yeah.
up. But
Yeah.
literally, in those
Like even
first
when you're
years up
not
through your
conscious of
20s,
it.
you're just growing up. There's a lot of changes. You should be witness to this, Kat.
Yeah.
So the real question is, as your brain finishes up its physical maturity, where you're in your 20s and you start living life, this is where your question comes in. Can the brain change, like from your early 20s till you're 75 years old? Has your brain shifted at all?
Yeah.
That's your question, really. I say yes. I think all kinds of things can cause change, but you were talking about subtleties. Can it be a subtle change? Nothing major, like a life-changing, profound moment. Not ignoring those. Can the brain over time just subtly change the way it thinks? The lefty-righty type of
Yeah.
thing. That's the question. I say yeah.
Yeah. Which I honestly believe as well, because I mean, like I was saying, when I was growing up, I was like as left-brained as left-brainers can get. I mean, I would notice every little detail in everything. I would just like I was almost like a hawk when it came to like paying attention into like the littlest details. And when it was over the course of maybe it wasn't actually it was more like over the course of like maybe 7 or 8 years. Like sure major things had happened, but the way that I thought never really changed. But then it was like I started noticing more subtleties. Like like I was noticing things in more of a clearer perspective, or looking at it in more of a creative way than an analytical way. And it wasn't until I hit 15 when I actually went to my doctor and asked her, like, we sat and we talked for an hour. And at the end of it, she said to me that she hasn't met anybody like how apparently I function. Oh, that's a nice little bird.
This is a hawk. This is a hawk that visits me.
Oh, that's
This hawk was sitting at my front step, and you can't see it, but on his feet, it looks like he has a rabbit or something. He was just pulling the flesh right from its carcass. He eats in front of my house and flies off to a nest somewhere.
uh,
He's big, actually. Just hangs
I
out
can,
right at my step.
huh? Just
Symbolism.
right there.
Yes, and by the way, look at my steps. I had to throw dirt over all the ice. It's terrible.
Oh.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, as I was saying, my doctor told me she had never met anybody with such a perspective that I had, at least when I was at my age. And the way that she explained it is somehow I was thinking both analytically and creatively at the same time. And I was like a little weirded out, but the way she explained it is sometimes when whenever you start using more that one part of your brain that you hardly ever use, you find yourself leaning towards it more than you do the part that you always use.
Raptor.
So when right about now, I think I'm a lot more less analytical than I am creative because sure I can be analytical and the only reason I use my analytical brain is to read people, which is only useful in certain times, but I say only certain times. But for the most part, when I watch movies and such, I use my creative side of my brain and I'm constantly thinking of new ideas. Constantly.
Constantly. Kat, you're going to
Like,
have to take over the chat for a few minutes, okay?
okay.
Won't be long. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. That's fine. I mean, yeah. Let me look at chat here. Ooh, Lays. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the dill pickle Lays. However, I'm more of a like either classic wave or a there's three distinct kinds of Lays that I like. There's the wave, the classic wave with either ranch dip or salsa dip or let me think. There's the poppables, sea salt. I'm such a sucker for poppables. I can practically eat like a bag of that in like one sitting. Um and then there was my all-time go-to for the longest time, which was sour cream and onion chips. Oh, I loved sour cream and onion for like the longest time. Lays on the sandwiches, definitely. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah. I feel like you can do a lot with plain Lays. You can do a lot with plain Lays. Like, you can. I've seen people fry Lay's chips and eat them like that, and I've seen people use them like I've seen people do really weird dip combinations with them. Like, I'm talking like really weird. Like, I'm talking like I think I saw a guy one time do guacamole and like guacamole and something else. Plain Lays and pretzel. Ooh. Okay, well, Squirrel, it depends on the pretzels. If we're talking pretzel sticks, count me in. Pretzel sticks are like a gift from God. Especially if they're Snyder of Hanover's. Cheetos and for D&D just so you get that nice. Yeah. Well, maybe. The American trend of reprocessing processed food is not. Yeah. Yeah, no, James, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, brand of potato chip here in the US. Honestly, Percy, I've seen the way I get rid of some of the oil from the chips is what I'll literally just do is I know this is gonna sound really weird, but I will straight up throw mine in the microwave and it will either completely dry out the chip and bake the salt in or completely ruin the chip. But for the most part, I think it's with like the higher like ampage microwaves, it will just completely dry out like the oil. Or you can just very, I cannot emphasize how very gently you have to like lightly tap like a paper towel on it to like very faintly get the oil out. Soft soles are one two. Yes, they are. You know the waffle fries from example being like Chick-fil-A or something like that? They're essentially those but round. They're like actually that's exactly what they are. They're like literal like they look like waffle fries but round. Really good. They're very airy. And I don't think they have a whole lot of oil on them. They're when you get like a specific flavor of like whatever flavor of poppable you get, you are going to taste it. It's not gonna be like muted by like oil. It will come at you at full force. It's beautiful. No notes. Soft pretzel with butter. Ooh! I think I tried a soft pretzel with butter once. Man, I haven't had that. I haven't had any soft pretzels for the longest time. Of course, James, you're all over the avocado. Yeah. Yeah, squirrel, they are. I had curried sausages and rice. Ooh! Ooh! James, you might have to, like, send me a recipe for that. I lived in Glasgow. I've shops. Ooh! Deep fried scotch pies? That have with chips. Like the unhealthiest lardy pie. Oh, man. I can imagine with stuff like that. Oh, man. Used to get a supreme soft pretzel at Mr. Dunderbags. Pretzel lather with port wine cheese top. Ooh. Oh. Okay, well the dill pickles, maybe not so much, but I could get behind that supreme soft pretzel thing. I could get behind that, Percy. I could get behind that. I remember going to Philly and getting hot for ooh. Honestly, I don't know what Philly is like up to over there. Like they put the weirdest stuff on some of their foods. Like I remember going there one time and I remember seeing a guy dipping his pizza in mustard. And it was they have an odd obsession with mustard in Philly. It's weird. I used to get deep fried smoked sausage with chip. Oh. Honestly, I need to try that. I need to try that. Sucking the oil out before biting the sausage? Did it taste good? I mean, it must have if you can just suck the oil out of the sausage. Because it is smoked sausage, so I mean, it'll be good regardless. you, James. I'm probably gonna try to make that. Because for like the last few weeks, I've been running off of like boost drinks. Mostly because we haven't been going anywhere because everybody's in the house sick. So when I get my license, oh, oh, I'll be driving to the grocery store like every other week with recipes to make. The whole house is gonna smell like food for like a month straight. Ours is slightly. Ooh, no coriander, parsley instead of peas and. Oh, okay. That might not be too bad. There was a great Thai place near where I worked in Georgia. Ooh, spring rolls. Spring rolls are like one of the best things I think I've ever had. I've had spring rolls like maybe a few times in my life. Man, they were good. And for the after chip snack, a slice of Okay. I need to understand, why do people like bologna so much? Like, I tried bologna a few times. I don't understand the hype behind it. Oh. Oh man. Alright, see you, James. But yeah, I need to understand, like, to those who like bologna, explain to me why you like bologna. I want to give it another chance, and I want to try some proper bologna brands, because I don't know how many brands there are that make bologna. I need and want to genuinely give bologna a chance. So, give me suggestions. Used to get deep fried pizza slices. Ooh, deep fried pizza slices? Frozen pizza dropped into a vat of boiling oil. Oh my god. I Good bologna is rare these days. Lots of bland, greasy bologna. Oh man. There is a brand that I tried. It was like really, really slimy. Like, I know it's probably supposed to be slimy, but I mean, it was really slimy, and it was like, huh. The taste was pungent. Oh, it smelled pungent and tasted like, huh. I feel like if I want to find any good bologna, I might have to like look on like Amazon or something. Never tasted better than bologna. Oh god. Oh. Oh, I think I know which one. I think I know what brand you're talking about. There's Squirrel. I think I know which one you're talking about. But they're practically like just like right there. Pan fry bologna and butter. Does that like make it taste any better? Fresh bologna is best too. I know a store that has fresh bologna. there's a store nearby that has fresh bologna. Might try that. Because like growing up, I used to hate bologna, but like now that I'm older, I wanna give it a proper try with like actual good bologna. And I'm like, I don't know where to get it. So I mean, I'll try that like farm fresh store that's nearby. See if I can get fresh bologna. And I'll try like frying it, pan frying it in butter. Might actually help. I don't know. Would you put it on anything? Like a sandwich or something? That might also help. Or is it just better to eat as is? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know exactly that brand. Clyde, I know exactly what brand that is. My mom made homemade bread dough, fried butter. It was crispy on the outside and fluffy and ooh! Man, that sounds good. Fried bologna sandwich. So like just like fried bologna on like, do you put any like condiments on it? Like any mayonnaise or butter or anything? Or Wonder Bread bologna yellow American. Ooh. Oh boy, I guess I'm gonna have to give mustard another try too. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be fun to try. Wonder Bread bologna, yellow American cheese, and mustard. I'm gonna have to make a note of that. Let's see here. Oh, that's another thing. Which is arguably better? Yellow American cheese or the like kind of orange American cheese? Honestly, I'm more of like the yellow American cheese kind of. Actually, no. There's the white American cheese and there's the orangey American cheese. I'm more of a white American cheese kind of a person. Oh. You know, I actually have to kind of agree with that. Clyde, I have to agree with that. Some of our cheeses are not the greatest thing. Like, even I'll admit that. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, when we don't have the plastic cheese, we have like good cheese, what I'll do is, and we have, what I'll do is I will make what I like to call my go-to sandwich. I will toast Italian bread and put mayonnaise, lettuce, mozzarella cheese, just ever so slightly melted, and bacon, and voila. Actually, no, I have to make sure that the bread is toasted. It has to be toasted, or it's, yeah. Oh, Velveeta. Oh, I hate the taste of Velveeta. It's terrible. Like, when I went to get stuff for my Christmas dinner, and I asked the woman about what kind of cheeses she's had people ask about for like baked mac and cheese, she said that she's had people ask for Velveeta. I was like, you'd have to be insane to want Velveeta on a baked mac and cheese. It's, ugh, it's wretched tasting. We use Velveeta fish bait to catch rainbow trout. Honestly, Arn, that is probably one of the best ways you can use Velveeta. I wouldn't be surprised if we can melt it down and use it for like, and mix it with oil and use it for like a engine compound, like to coat like the pistons and everything. I would not be surprised. But my go-to cheese is probably mozzarella, provolone, and pepper jack I enjoy on the occasion, but I'd say mozzarella, provolone, and Swiss are like my go-to cheeses. My mom used to make devil dogs, hot dogs split lengthways from. Oh! Percy, you just unlocked like a memory. When I was a kid, like maybe like 7 or 8, we had our own version of devil dogs, except they were like breakfast dogs. My grandfather would crack an egg in the middle of like the split hot dog, and the hot dog would become like a boat for the egg, and then he would like, and then you could put whatever you'd want on it. So like, you know, like mustard, ketchup, relish, if you're Clyde. Salt, it's sugar for the adult. Honestly, Squirrel, I'm more of a salt fan than I am a sugar fan right now, so I'm already like, what, 10 years ahead? Cheese on the hook worked. So eggs were getting hit. Arn, man. Ah, Clyde relished. Oh man. Ah. Cut the rind off brie, put in a croissant, microwave about 20 seconds, just enough to. Ooh. Okay, depends on the olives. Depends on the kind of olives. I do enjoy olives, but it depends on the olives. So you had me at olives there, Clyde. Snack foods are either fat, salt, or sugar. Yeah, that's true, Arn. That's true. Swiss mozzarella cheddar. Yeah, honestly, Squirrel, I can get behind the cheddar. Not sharp cheddar, just cheddar. I love salted caramel. Oh, Arn. Are we talking like the chewy salted caramel here? If we're talking the chewy salted caramel, oh, do I ever have the recipe for you? All this talking to eat the last 2 hot dogs in the fridge tonight. Honestly, Percy, you go have those hot dogs. Make like the breakfast devil dogs there. Crack an egg in the middle of them. Put as much relish on it as you want. Garlic stuffed olives are. I've never tried garlic stuffed olives. All I've had was like the pitted olives all my life. And I think the black olives. I prefer the pitted olives, the pitted green olives, but the black ones are okay, I guess. My favorite cheese is a crumbly, dry kind known here as Wensleydale, which we have at Christmas along with Christmas. Ooh, rich fruit cake. That's interesting. Smoked Gouda. Percy? You know, I could get behind smoked Gouda right now. I could. The Wensleydale cheese we have at Christmas. Ooh, cranberries? Explain to me the taste of Wensleydale. Because cheese with cranberries is a little bit weird to me. Unless it has like a distinct taste to it. Way easier to get Euro and UK cheese in Canada than the US. It's so uncultured here. It is. It really is. I'm ashamed. I'm like super into German, like rich foods. Oh man. Man. Like I'm like a big fan of like schnitzel. I'm like super big fan of schnitzel. Like when I first tried it, because we have like a small recipe book from my grandfather's side, it had a few German recipes in it, and one of the recipes was schnitzel, and I was like so curious to try it. And man, it was good. Wensleydale is dry, crumbly. Ooh, tastes lovely, and the cranberries turn it into luxury food. So we're talking like caviar level of luxury here? Because if that's what it is, I'm kind of curious now. I might have to look into that. Like, is it very hard to make, or... Because if it's not very hard to make, I might just make it at home. Of course, that depends. Yeah, my bird over Brie. Change my mind. I'm not gonna change your mind, Percy. I'm not even remotely change your mind. Combined with a rich fruitcake. Ooh. Oh, man. Okay. If it don't does chocolate fudge with chocolate sauce, okay. Yeah. You sold me. I could go for some schnitzel, but I don't have anything for it. I might have to settle on bangers and mash tonight. I'm sorry, Clyde. Oh, man. Honestly, mash isn't too bad. It's not too bad. I mean, if you put some chives in it, in like some butter and everything, shouldn't taste too bad. Actually, no, now thinking about it, I could go for some schnitzel right now. Oh. Jesus soul with the cranberries in it already and appears on shelves in the run-up to... Ooh, okay. Okay, so I have to essentially hope and pray that when I go to the Farm Fresh store that they have it. Like, during, like, November and, like, December. So they don't, well, I'm kind of out of luck. I've never heard of seasonal cheese in my life. I I mean, I know there are cheeses that are better in different seasons, but I've never heard of a full-fledged seasonal cheese. That's interesting to me. And the cranberry thing, that kind of reminded me of Thanksgiving. So, I was a bit surprised when you mentioned Christmas. Yeah. Cranberries are like Thanksgiving and Christmas, mostly located. Now, this is gonna be a hot topic, but I personally believe that, um, like, pies and everything, it should be kept to Thanksgiving, and Christmas time can be like the time for like small desserts like crepes or fritters, especially fritters. But the pies is more like a Thanksgiving kind of thing. Topic pies. Honestly, Clyde, I have not been to a hot topic in like 3-4 years. I gotta put a pic. I put up. Ooh, let me look. Cause now I'm curious. Oh! Actually, I have seen that before. Oh, man. Man, that looks good. Yeah, Clyde, Hot Topic's dying. It's kind of become like fast fashion at this point. And also the thing that Percy mentioned because of the malls and everything, which is sad because, man, mall shopping was fun. Like, when I was like maybe like 10 or something, like there was quite a few malls around me that were open. Oh man, it was fun running down the halls and everything. Great. Yeah, I'm trying to think here. Man. Let's change the subject around. Just a little bit. Do you guys have like a favorite, like either movie franchise, TV franchise? It doesn't matter what kind of franchise it is. Like, do you have like a favorite kind of sorts? Ah, man. Alright. See ya, Paul. All day shopping at the mall used to be a thing. Yeah, Percy, it used to. Aw. Is that your cat, Squirrel? I have one cat. One singular cat, and man, she's a whole other species on its own. I swear, that thing is like half dog, half cat. She's weird. Oh, lovely. But yeah, my question still stands. Do you guys have like any, it doesn't necessarily have to be a movie franchise. It can be like a game franchise, a wargaming franchise, like a brand of sorts. Like, do you have any favorites of those? We have 5 indoors and 3. Wow. Okay, 8 cats. Wow. I think my neighbor has like. I wish I were joking when I said she has 17 cats. 7 outside and 10 outside. I don't know. I think she might have more at this point. Oh.
How you guys doing over there? What's going on? I hear silence.
Oh, we're fine.
Yeah, you do a good job actually.
I do.
It's good practice for your own streams that you're gonna do. Really.
That's true.
I'll keep it going here. I got myself involved. I got to finish this. Hopefully, I'll get it done. So you carry on.
Okay.
I'm still here. I can hear it all.
Alright. My favorite RPG, ooh, is Hardmaster, Columbia Games. They do war game. Ooh, war game type games too. Curse and miniatures. Huh. Columbia Games. Ooh. That piques my interest. Because what I'm figuring here is, if I manage to get the time, I might just swap to maybe doing a few miniatures. I don't know. Actually, maybe like unpainted finished models of like cars and such. I might just do that. Army painters winning me over from Valley. Oh man, Percy. Horror's been around since, wow, 1983. Well, actually, that's not. No, that's not long at all. Well, no. Now, 42 years is not terribly long. I don't think, at least. Man. Actually, speaking of painting stuff, I'm like looking at like finished models of stuff to paint. Like finished, like I was saying, like finished car models and everything. And trying to find like more paints to pick up. Like, I'm talking like the not like the little tubes. I'm talking like the actual like bottles. Not the super big bottles, just the bottles of like paint for it. Only 8 years behind D&D. Wow. Man. Huh. I didn't realize D&D's been around for that long. That's kind of... Man. I mean, actually, no. Yeah, because I've seen, like, magazines for, like, old D&D. Old D&D looks, like, really fun to play. And I know there's the big thing. Trying to think. I know there's a few models I was looking at, like car models it was. Might get them, might not. I know I have been seriously getting into Lego building as of recently. I'm not talking the small kits. I'm talking the big sets. I'm talking like 1,000 pieces. Like the ones that take at least like a few good hours to build. Because when you find out that Lego builds like has car Lego sets, oh man. When I found that out, I was all over that. I was at like Walmart looking at like paints and stuff for like painting, like I'm talking like canvas painting. I just so happened to walk into like the toy aisle because I was curious, and I saw that Lego had car Lego sets, and man, I just about flipped the top. So for my birthday, I know exactly what I want. And get myself a few big Lego sets. The thing is, they are so expensive, man. They're like... I know they have a DeLorean. And the thing is, it comes with all 3 DeLorean sets. So like the Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3 DeLoreans in one singular set. And I think it was like $160. Like, dude. I mean, sure, like, it's a big set and everything, but man, oh man. That much? Not to mention that they have like a Formula 1 Lego car set, which I think there's like 20 cars in that set, and I think it's like 200 and some odd dollars, which that is understandable. That I get. But man, I did not realize how expensive Lego sets. I have a friend who does ooh. Oh, that's cool. I'm looking into getting a counter war game. Ooh. I know there's a battleship counter war game. And I'm a big battleship fan. So I'm seriously considering that. Like, I'm a big I mean, when it comes to like wargaming and everything, I'm like a big like RPG fan. Like a role-playing game kind of a fan. Like either online or in person. I've done in-person D&D a few times, that was a blast because sometimes it can get out of control, but when it does, it gets deathly hilarious. I mean, man, it can get wild. Man, I'm just like, this is like kind of like a nice little thing to like relax to, because right now I'm just talking to y'all and having quiet Men in Black in the background.
What you got to do is you got to kind of get used to
Uh,
thinking out loud. You know, keep it cool, but that's
Yeah.
usually what I do. Keep the words coming out. You don't want the silence to fall on the chat. Keep everyone engaged.
yeah,
Keep it up.
yeah.
It's good practice, good training for you. It is. Are you liking it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not hard.
No, not really. I used to have the Dragonlance. Ooh, Borderlands counter war game many years ago. I think I looked into that at one point. I know it caught my interest, and I think I was considering getting one. But unfortunately just never got around to it. Oh man. Man, my whole body is like tired. I mean, I'm not really that tired, but man.
1,500 years ago, every
Trying to think here. Actually, I'm going to dilute the conversation just a little tiny bit because I'm like looking over here at my poster of cars, and I have accrued so many posters of them. I have now at this point 4 classic cars and hypercars and supercars. It's man. Sometimes more often than not, I fall silent on my streams. Try not to. It is what it is, though. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. Honestly. But what I was saying was, honestly, looking at it, honestly, man, cars are great. I say that a lot, but man. That rock put Pippin pics. Just yeah, I saw them. What a cute little cat. Kind of reminds me of my cat. Man, just laying around like that. Looks real silly looking cat. In a good way, of course. Actually, you know what? Forget cars. I want to talk about architecture. I love architecture, man. Like, if I were to get into something when it comes to like miniatures and everything, I would put the most effort into like the scenery. And I mean that. Have you played Car War? Ooh, Car War? Oh! I've never even heard of that in my life. I'm curious now. Car Wars. Huh. I have to look that up. Actually, let me do that. Let me see. Oh. Oh man, that looks cool. Oh, that looks really cool. Oh man. Ooh, 28mm to 30mm. Or gaming miniatures. I might get into that. Oh, I seriously might get into that. Get like a few car models, like mod them a bit, paint them, get like miniatures for Car Wars and paint those up too. Straight up have like a little like blast with that. Oh, that'd be great. Huh. What was I talking about? Oh, you know what? Since we're on the topic of cars, man, forget architecture 10. I'm like looking at my car posters here. What car can I talk about? You know, I don't think I talk about supercars and hypercars enough. I don't. Actually, I don't even think I hardly ever talk about them. I used to be an only classic car appreciator. I mean, only classic car appreciator. But recently, I have discovered that supercars and hypercars are in fact kind of decent. I say kind of because sometimes they don't look the greatest. However, there are a lot of them that look really nice. Like, an example being the Koenigsegg 1 and the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute. Those are like the nicest looking supercars I have ever seen. They're like clean looking, like really sleek, like very aerodynamic, and just generally nice looking. Gaslands? Man, you're making me look up a lot of things today, aren't you? Ooh. Oh, now I'm curious. Oh boy. Let's see here. Oh man. Oh man, that looks fun. Oh, that looks really fun. Man. No, I don't it's fine, Squirrel, honestly. This is great. Oh man. I could get into this. Huh. This looks really cool, especially because it kind of reminds me of like Mad Max. Like the way that like the cars look and everything. Oh man. I could definitely get into this. I mean, like I'd have to buy like maybe like find myself some Hot Wheels cars and paint those up, which shouldn't be too hard to paint up. But I know the model cars that I have right now are a little bit too big for it, so I'd have to probably look into getting little Hot Wheels, which I'm not against. I like Hot Wheels cars. I may be technically nearly 16, but I I enjoy Hot Wheels. Man. Especially if they're like my favorite car brand, like my favorite model and everything. I especially like them. Like right now, I'm holding like a little Chevelle SS, a 1970 model. I want to get an El Camino model because the funny thing is, the El Camino and the Chevelle are they're it's essentially how the Australians have the Ford Falcon and the Falcon Ute. We had the Chevelle SS and the Camino SS because technically El Caminos were just Chevelles with truck beds, and it looked really good. Surprisingly, actually no, not surprisingly, they just looked stylish. My energy levels increasing due to a change to oh. Honestly, that makes sense. The only reason I'd have like a whole bunch of energy is like I sat down and binge watched like all my favorite franchises back to back, which if I were to do that, I think I would be sitting for, man, I gotta think. Shit. Well, Men in Black is like 4.5 hours. If you were to watch all of them back to back, and I did the math. Was roughly 4.5 hours. Back to the Future is nearly 2 hours long per movie. So that's 6 hours. So that's 10.5 hours right there. That's nearly nearly a full day gone. Ghostbusters? I would only watch the first two movies. Maybe Frozen Empire and Afterlife. Maybe. But no, I'd watch like the first two movies, which that would be 3 hours. So that would be 13 hours. Roughly 13.5 hours of just binge watching, which technically I could watch a whole like season of something. And I know there's a show that has like actually like a whole show that's only like 13 hours worth of like watch time. That'd just be right there. I was subbed to a YouTube channel that videoed Matchbox and Hot Wheels. Ooh, and other sized cars racing down a laboratory. Man, that does sound fun, Squirrel. Man, I gotta look that up. That sounds familiar, but I can't place where. Very much like someone else I have watched or listened to. Honestly, I've been told that a few times, Clyde. I've been told that a few times. We watch Lord of the Rings movies and Hobbits movies constantly here. Honestly, I like the first couple of like the Lord of the Rings. I like love Lord of the Rings. My grandmother, God bless her soul, had The Hobbit. She had a few of the Hobbit books, and she loved them. It was because of her that I got into Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. So, thank her. I love her to death for it. Last thing I binge watched was Squid Games over Christmas holiday. Did the whole thing in 2 days? Damn, that is commitment right there, Percy. That is commitment. Oh man. I think the one show I was committed to binge watching and did in like, oh, I think 3 or 4 days was Columbo. 7 seasons. 7 whole seasons. Binge watched. Oh, oh. I practically lived and breathed Columbo for like those 3 or 4 days that I binge watched. They put racist to music. Oh man, in commentary. Gee, thanks, Squirrel. I gotta look that up now. I'm serious. I'm looking that up. Like, that sounds like something I would put on for like background noise when I was like, if I were like working on something. I would genuinely do that. Like, I put F1 races and like NASCAR races on for background noise. I'm a huge F1 and NASCAR fan. More F1 than NASCAR, but I am in fact a fan of both. Which I've been told to pick a lane because one is literally going around in circles for like 500 laps, and the other one is 20 rich guys in, in fast cars. Which is arguably funnier than, I mean, NASCAR has its moments, but F1 is hilarious because of the team, like, their team radios. Oh, their team radios are hilarious. Sometimes they'll start yelling at each other. Like, oh man. I forget which race it was, but the two Ferrari drivers were having communication errors with their team, which is not uncommon. And unfortunately, both Ferrari drivers pitted at the exact same time. And oh, it was a disaster. It was funny to watch. NASCAR has its moments where they have I watch it just because I like to watch Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney race. Sometimes for Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch has his moments where he's funny to listen to. He'll just start screaming at his teammates. Like, he'll just start screaming at his pit crew. That's what I've been getting into for like the last 2 months, maybe 3 months. Which I was never like, I was a race fan, and it was mostly because I went to a local racetrack that I might get to work at actually. And whenever I went, and it was the moment that they started racing, it was like, I knew I just loved racing. Like, just the sheer adrenaline from hearing their engines ripping, like, just the sound of them ripping around the track. That was, man, it was great. They had a few demo derbies too. That was fun. Oh, demo derbies are great to watch. As long as nobody gets killed. No, that's a different story, but demo derbies are fun to watch. Very, very entertaining. Trying to think. I know I was considering getting into karting, like starting off, like maybe trying to get into NASCAR or something. But I'm kind of realizing I might be a little bit late for it. Maybe, I don't know. But I know it's tempting, that's for sure. Cause I guess the fact that's stopping me is how much it might cost, and having to get sponsors and everything. That's a different thing. But yeah. Yeah. Every year to local county fair. Oh man. Oh, that'd be great. Like to go watch. We have a like that's like our thing up here too. We have like a derby every single year for a week. They race. Well, not every single day for that week that we have our county fair. They do it every. It's randomly spaced, but I want to really go this year because they're gonna have our their annual like Tuscarora 50, which is our thing that we do here. I think it's either 50 races or it's 50 laps. I think it's 50 laps, and I forget how many races there are. They go from like early in the afternoon to like late at night, and that would be great. Like, I would not mind sitting there for like that long. That would just be bad fun to me. Oh, man. Can I stop yawning? Might have something to do with the fact that I'm getting hungry. I think all that food talk was getting to me. Yeah, it probably was. Well, I might step off here, cause I'm gonna go grab something to eat.
You can do that, Kat. Go ahead and do that. It's all right.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll take over this.
Alrighty. But yeah, that was fun.
Huh?
Fun hosting.
You go ahead and get something.
Very
to eat.
fun hosting.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Make
All
Fritz do
right.
his job.
Yeah, do your job.
Yeah.
I don't want to be stealing your job.
No, you did good. You did good, Kat. I appreciate it. You did a long session too.
Yeah.
That was great. That's great. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Yep.
Oh, all right. I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, give me a second here, folks. Clyde's getting upset with me. He's going to start hitting me with his hat. All right, let me straighten this up a little bit. Put that up there. I'll keep the Be Right Back up until I'm totally done here. Next time you have to paint some minis for him, too. Yeah, she should. She should. So what did you guys talk about? Actually, I was listening in. I couldn't follow, though. Remember, we were talking about AI for a long time there. She's not really a gamer. She plays role-playing games, but she doesn't really play other games. So, but she knows about the hobby world that we're involved with. And it's funny, I never thought of the idea of introducing her to Car Wars or Gaslands. Gaslands especially, because it's a far simpler game, more modern. Those little cars and stuff, and there's a lot of conversion stuff involved. I think she'd love that. She'd have a reason to go out and buy some of those old toy cars and just start making her own creations and then putting them in a game. But then again, you know, I don't know how much she would be pulled by the game side of it. She's not really a gamer. I don't know. I try to work on her, though, when she gets in our role-playing games. Yeah, I don't know. I've played Car Wars. I never got into Gaslands, though. I sometimes think maybe I should. But then there's so many good games out there and you can't do them all. It's all about prioritizing your interests in this hobby. So, you know, I don't bother. There's still a lot of things I want to do instead. It's tough. And I don't belong to a club per se, where there's always games going on, so it's easy just to sit and join in. You don't really have to learn anything or commit to anything. I don't have that advantage. How about you, Clyde? How about anybody? Do you guys have any clubs or stuff you play in and you can try out these different things? My guess is that everybody's kind of like home-based. Do this in your garage or in your basement in your own time. Which means there's a lot less we can do. Besides the shillelagh, no club. Where's that coming from? That doesn't even make sense, Clyde. What's the matter with you? You're getting crazy again. No club and a shillelagh. Oh, I get it now. Okay. You threw me off. That's a good one. Okay. Ay. Addicted to bass. Smooth. I think most people tend to play from their own homes and do a lot of solo gaming more often than not. I would think anyway. That's my way of playing. I think about 90% of my gaming that I've done in the past and will be doing in the future amounts to about 90% is solo. The remaining 10% is like with Jesse and Jake, and that's about it. And of course, there is the online gaming, which I'm not including. No, take care of the infantiles. The infants. The infantile? That's a strange thing to say. Infants. Take care of that, Clyde. Don't worry about it. What else we got here? Squirrel, you still in there? Are you still in the chat? I don't know who's all in there. Sorry, you guys, I'm preoccupied. This always seems to happen this time of day. At 4:42, painting saddles. Well, I'm glad people are painting. Just 8 days of winter warmer left. Boy, that's cutting it close, actually, isn't it? I'll have to do something. I'm not going to be able to finish it. Maybe I could finish the tanks, minus the decals. I think that's what I'll have to do. It's all right. At least I got a good start on the damn things, but I didn't finish. The tanks, maybe. How about you, Zadarok? I'm sure you haven't had much time to work on your project. How's that coming along? Percentage-wise, how close do you think you are? Like 95% done? 50% done? 25% done? Soft, soft, soft. Need to combine two loves and make a castle siege out of sponge cake. I love sponge cake. Sponginess. Surprise. I got my face cam off. Should be done around when the summer sizzler starts. Yeah, maybe we should extend the winter warmer right through spring and summer. Well, till the start of the summer. Perhaps that'd be too much. It's okay. It's the first painting challenge for me in years. I got a lot of stuff on my plate, so it's kind of ambitious of me. But we've got plenty of time to do these things. I'll figure out what I'm going to do. Boy, 8 more days. I can't believe it. And March will be here. Spring salute. Another possibility. Spring fling. Summer sizzler. The autumn alcove. Yeah, we could just have them every 2 weeks. Frustration, frustration. Displeasure, dissatisfaction, demoralization. I'm being bombarded today, which is good. The spring fling. The winter warmer. The summer sizzler. Well, it would have to be summer related. The second one. I'm only going to do 2. I don't want to be all about these challenges. Would you call them a challenge? Would they really be a challenge? Is that the proper terminology for these things? I mean, they're a challenge in a way, but is that really the focus? It's kind of like garnering commitment for yourself to do something. So in a way, that's a challenge, but it's also other things, I think, too, or can be. And maybe one of those should be more of the emphasis should be placed on, I would think. Because who wants to do challenges all the time? I got enough challenges in life. My hobby's supposed to be an escape. So would it be a challenge that we should focus on? What other aspects can we do? Inspiration. That's a good one. Inspiration is part of it. Because it's a challenge, but inspirational painting. I'm okay with the little pressure. Honestly, I need it. The challenges are an inspiration. Once I get going, I get stuck into it, though. How do you think Kat did? How did she do? I left her all by herself for what, 40 minutes or something? Do you think she could do her own kind of streams? I mean, she gets off topic, but that's to be expected, considering her interests. But how do you think she did? I think she did pretty good. She got a little fatigued. Too bad she's not deeper into the hobby. She'd be a good one. I'll keep working. Oops, forgot something here. Yeah, you think she'd replace me? Yeah. She'd take over my community. She'll start a server called the Cat House. And everybody will go over there. Hey, where'd Clyde go? Squirrel? He's not in my chats anymore. What happened? We're all having laughs over in the cat house. She sings too. She sings better than me. What's going on here? Ay, ay, ay. Singing co-host. Yeah, we all sing around here. It's kind of funny, actually. You never heard her sing. I'm not gonna tempt her to start singing because she literally starts singing whole songs here. She does pretty good. She's good at it, but that's getting way off topic. We start making it a habit of singing here. I mean, I do it while I'm talking, but hobby and a musical number. A little, what was I gonna say? A little soft shoe for the intermission. It's ridiculous. Life is this? I don't know. I don't. Shrill. Oh, trick knee. Well, I had a trick knee when I was growing up. evil garden gnome army. I guess Vince is out driving his truck. He was on earlier today. Good talking to him again. I gotta get him in here. I used to follow YouTuber Painter Challenger monthly thing, but his channel went away. So this is a nice kick in the pants to do something on time. What do I got left to do here? Normally I'd call off the chat here and do my thing, but if you guys are okay with me and my broken conversation here, I could keep this going. Multitasking. I still gotta get to those damn flags. Maybe I could do a chat tomorrow. Just to make up for it. I try to start a little earlier. It seems to give me more time. La 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 la. La la la. Found some pretty damn good STLs this week. I'm getting into it. Plus I hit mold lines. Oh. Soft. "98 years old? Holy smokes. Wow. Man. Imagine still be involved in the industry at 98. I think even Phil Barker's kind of fallen off the industry ladder. I think he's in his 80s. Spring Chicken in his 70s. Wow. I heard Phil has some involvement with the punitive new DBA, but he isn't writing it. Pushing on these 31 models to be finished before I head out for the month. What day do you go out, Squirrel? Hi, Jack Baloo. Jack Baloo. All the way from Twitchland. God, now I'm yawning. Tiny, tiny, tiny. What day do you head out, Squirrel? Saddle, shield, sheath, weapons, mount, then flock. Yeah, you're doing really good with the challenge. Sunday. Today is Wednesday, garbage day. Gotta write that down to get the garbage out of the house. Get it out of here. Sunday and today is Wednesday. You got a few days. I'm in your Twitch now. Yeah, you are, Percy. You're over there. Oh, Percy's doing a little shifting and shifting. Yeah, you can do that. I've done that. Sultry. Coy. Don't need to be coy, Roy. Just set yourself free. Don't need to discuss much. See, I sing too. I got this. I got this. What's it like over there, Percy? Over on Twitch and YouTube. What's it like over on Twitchland? Do you like Twitch? I always thought it had better video, but I know that's not true. Maybe the way it's laid out. I don't know. Call me Mellow Yellow, quite rightly. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Listen to this again. Twitch lags for me. Prefer YouTube's. Splurged on a wooden mechanical pencil with eraser. Some leads and a sharpener. Brass. 2mm leads. I got a bunch of leads here myself. I got that done there. Let's move over here. Some extra erasers. Me too. I got lead and pencils and click pencils and sharpeners all over the place. There's one of my sharpeners. Little sharpeners. I got them everywhere. Tons of erasers. Because, hey, I'm a writer, right? I never used them. I usually take notes during the streams. And games. When I'm playing role-playing games. Everything's digital now. I think humans are naturally lazy. Not all, but I think we've become lazy over the thousands of years of living. Maybe not thousands of years. Everything's about convenience and luxury. Laziness sets in when you start doing that. I don't know what I'm talking about. Digital. Word processors. Typing instead of writing on a pencil and paper. Or chiseling it on a rock. Remember those days? Wasn't long ago. That's what we were doing. The old chisel and hammer technique. Man, it'd take you all day just to write one sentence. Sloth is one of the most... Slothfulness. Sloth is one of the deadly sins for a reason. Pink pet eraser. Old Pinky. I'm looking at one right now. I'm going back to writing things down more. Yeah, so am I. I'm trying to do that. Been trying to do that for a long time. I bought my little notebooks. That's why I got all these pencils and stuff. I'll say one thing about role-playing games. You do a lot of reading, which is something I miss doing. And you do a lot of writing, especially when you're playing the games. Even online, you're doing a lot of writing. So it's nice to be engaged with these things in a way that's entertaining and fun. Hobby painting journals are good. Keep your recipes in there. That's something I don't do, is keep a painting journal. What was the charm of lurking if there's a trail of comments? Recipe to perfect troll skins versus orc skin. Yeah, it would be nice to have those notes. How can you be right back if you're right here? That's a long story, Jeff. You'd have to be here earlier. I'll be back fully engaged with the stream. That's what I mean. Good question, though. Good question. Gruff. I'm exercising my fingers. How you doing, Jeff? How is everything down there in Florida? Floridians. Always got a couple Floridians in here. Floridians in here. That was from a wrench. I was doing the pipes a few days back, if you remember. I was pretty desperate. The water was shooting everywhere out the pipe. Here I am trying to get under there with the wrench, trying to turn the valve. It was kind of frozen, just from age and time, corrosion and stuff. And of course, I'm going to skin my ring finger. Just a disaster. There's nothing worse than getting wet when it's freezing cold, brutal temperatures. Here I am getting water all over me. Busted pipe. I had to lay in it. Man. So I guess it could have been worse. Could have been worse. Oh boy. Sprinkling. Big storm. What kind of storm you talking? Down there in Florida. I hope it's nothing major. Not another fluke of a snowstorm, I hope. Big rainstorm, I'm imagining. Yeah. Wind kicked up pretty good. Rained all afternoon. We've been having this crazy weather where it rains because it's not that cold, and then all of a sudden, the next day or whatever, it goes into a deep freeze, and we've been getting all this ice. I mean, more than usual. Which is a major freaking problem. Sheets of ice all over the drives, walkways. I'm not used to that because it usually doesn't happen. So I, of course, don't have a supply of rock salt or coal ash either. So I've been throwing dirt from under the house on the other side there where it isn't frozen, carrying up buckets of it and bringing it up. Or smashing the ice with a pole digger. Not a pole digger, what are they called? I can't remember. Anyway, just trying to break it up a little bit. It's crazy. That's happened a few times already this year. All right, I'm almost done, I think. It's supposed to be a very dry winter and spring. I remember on the discharge end of a push furnace, laying down upper half of body and smoldering plywood, while icicles were dripping on the legs. These mills are rough. Yeah, what you're doing is pretty rough. Cold front, just rain. But we're at the tail end of February. February's short. I always get excited because, oh man, March is coming. Because I'm thinking it's going to be spring and everything's going to change. Well, it doesn't really. It doesn't really change like I think it should. Even when my birthday hits, which is spring, first day of spring, it's still like just wet, cold, or at least chilly. It's not what I imagine spring should be. And it'll stay like that until about May, I think. And then suddenly it's just boiling hot right into summer, which is really disappointing to me because I love spring. Iron. Saving his throat on that furnace. St. Patty's Day. Oh, stop it, Walter. How many times I gotta feed you? Eating like a maniac. They go through about 3 pounds of cat food a week. Probably a little more than that. 3 pounds of dry cat food a week. More than 3 pounds. For sure. And plus they get canned wet food. Plus they get treats. It's crazy. 3 cats and a little dog. Well, a small medium dog. We'll call him that. Even he eats the cat food. I can't win. He won't touch the dog food. He lets that set in his dish for days before he finally eats it. He lives on milk bones and treats. I'm trying to cut it back. I guess I spoil my beasts. Life with pets. That's how it works. Cat food and bird food. Feed your cats bird food. My solution was only good for one night. She wasn't happy. I'm guessing the cat was on your side. Stop it, Walter. Ay, ay, ay. Unless his girlfriend was a falconer. Let's see. Let us see, let us see if I'm done. Oh, cat left. She did enough. She did enough. Now, hold on. Give me a minute. I gotta feed the cat now. And if I get this done, maybe I'll do a couple more flags. Winner eats. That's the way to do it. Excuse me. Ah. $5.29, folks. $5.29. I have a calendar from 1975. Hobbit art. Bet you I have it too. I know what you're talking about. The Hildebrandt brothers calendars. They did those Lord of the Rings calendars in the late 70s. Mid 70s too, I guess. 75. I got a bunch of them. That art from the Hildebrandt brothers. One of them. Was etched in my mind. That was the visuals I had when I read the Lord of the Rings books and The Hobbit. Played a big role in how I visualize my fantasy games. It's good stuff. Do you remember that? Do you remember those at 11 o'clock every night? Do you know where your children are? That was a legit thing. This big black screen with white letters would come up stating, it's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? And that's all it would say. It would come up on the TV screens at 11 o'clock every freaking night. Man, what a world we lived in. I think all the pets are getting the urge all of a sudden. Gen X memories, right? That's what it is. Like, why should I go inside to phone for a friend's place? Tim Kirk art. You're going to have to show me some pictures of it. I don't think I've seen that. Might have, I don't know, but I'm thinking Hildebrandt brothers. I'd like to see it, Squirrel. If you could put it up in the DM or me or something. If you want. Don't have to. Or send me a link to your Instagram, because you usually post pictures there. Your Instagram pictures. Mine was the Hildebrandt brothers. My sister had those calendars. And I loved them. She's probably the reason I read Lord of the Rings, now that I think about it. She was a big fan. My other sister that lives down the road from me. Anyone else remember those calendars? Lord of the Rings calendars from the 70s? Big impact on me. I don't think I even knew what fantasy was until Lord of the Rings. It was so saturated back then. I mean, the cartoons, the Hobbit, the Lord of the Rings cartoons, they'd show them to us in school every freaking year. It'd be like towards the end of school, before everybody goes out and classes are a little bit lax and stuff. They'd bring in the TVs and we'd be watching Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit, the cartoons. So I saw it all the time. There's a link there. I remember when my older sister was reading The Hobbit when I was 7 or so. Down, down to Goblin Town. I love Lord of the Rings calendars I got back in the early 80s. I cut out the pictures and used them as posters all over my walls. I did that too. No, I didn't do that. Did I cut them up? No. Maybe I did. I love the cartoon. Yeah, where there's a whip. That stuff was great. I think it was a good time to be a kid. The 70s and 80s even. It was a good time to be a kid. To be young. Because we did crazy things. And of course you had the Lord of the Rings and all this stuff coming out. And it's just wow. And Star Wars. And there's a lot of stuff going on. Not like today. Not like today. I don't think it's as fun being a kid in this day and age. I just don't see it. Kids are locked away in houses. They're stuck on cell phones and computers. Social interaction is all digital. It's just different. No adventure. Lawn darts. I remember the lawn darts. Darkswood Miniatures has orcs that look like the Rankin and Bass orcs. How about the elves? What do the elves look like? They look like freaking goblins. Yeah. What is that link there, Jeff, that you shared? I didn't click it yet. I'm probably going to forget. What am I doing here? pics via Discord. I'm going to take a look at them, and we'll all look at them. Post a link in general chat on Discord. Good. That's the 10 a.m. where... Oh, really? Ah, I gotta look at that. 10 p.m. Is that what the time thing was? 10 p.m.? I don't remember that, but I can believe it. Maybe that's what it was. 10. Yeah, maybe it was. Why am I getting 11? I don't know. They had a curfew around here at 10 p.m. As a teenager, I remember that. I don't think it was enforced very well. Yeah, there was definitely a curfew. Hold on a second. Okay, let's see. My youngest has watched the 3 Lord of the Ring films, playing Lord of the Rings, computer games too. He asked me if I had books. Oh, you can't find them. That's too bad. Be great if you could read them. There's nothing like the book. Military base most of my childhood, so it's relatively safe. Oh, looks like I'm done. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Let me minimize this so I can go over and look at this stuff before I forget. This cat's not coming back. It's late anyway. She did great. She did great. Greatamundo. Now, what am I doing here? Let me look at this link here that Jeff sent me. That's going to freeze up my chat, so I got to remember to unfreeze it. Where is it? Where is it? Right there. Okay. Liberty, Liberty Mutual. let's pause that. There's a lot to that. That used to be a thing, man. How crazy is that? Let's go over on Discord. And see what's going on over here. Where's my face cam? You guys gotta be able to see me. Where'd Fritz go? Oh, there he is. Let's see what we got going on over here. Got a DM from Squirrel. Let's see here. What is this? Link for cat. Skip that. Oh, look at the cheese. There's those Crazy Apes by Paul. Land of the Lost. What is this? What kind of cheese is this? Is that goat cheese? What is that? Something Dale and cranberries. I like the little wooden mouse. That looks good. I bet that is good with cranberries. What kind of cheese is it, though? Yorkshire? Yorkshire something Dale and cranberries. Oh, there we got Zaddy with the cat. Aw. That isn't the cat that I think it is. Is it the Pip? Is that Pip? If it is, boy, did he get big. The cat was talking about this. Rankin and Bass. All right, let me click that. You guys won't see this, I don't think, so let me look at it. Oh, yeah. Dark Sword Miniatures, 3D printable STLs. Well, I'm going to save that. Where do I put this? I've got so many links. Let's put this in my bookmarks bar. Thanks for that. Clyde, was that you that posted that? I think it was Clyde. Yeah, it was Clyde. Yeah, those are nice. I could print them. Take a good look at them. Foundry. Let me see here. Let me get this screen share off for a second while I go look at a DM. Let's see what Squirrel is sending me. Look for pictures here. I'll share them if I can. Yeah, they're all pictures. Yeah, let's look at the pictures. Let's look at the pictures. Let me bring it up again. Oops, wrong one. I want this one. Ah! Yorkshire, Wensleydale, a mild crumbly dry cheese, which is Christmas treat. I bet that is good. Pippin. So that's Pip? Pippin? Wensleydale cheese. Cat was talking cheese before I got distracted. That's what that was. Ah, that's what that was. Now, I don't think I've seen this art. This calendar. Gandalf and Bilbo. 1975. Those are nice orcs. The Road to Minas Tirith. Yeah, this is really nice art, actually. Two orcs. Maggot's Farm. Frodo meditates. That's nice. The Riddle Game. Huh. There's the month I was born. Fire and Water. Looks like a Hobbit scene. Smog. I'd never seen that before. I'm sure you've seen the Hildebrandt ones, right? Squirrel? Such good stuff. Let me get out of there. I don't want to be lingering in there. People think I'm... Frank Rosetta did some... He did a lot of Lord of the Rings art as well. I don't think any of them are in here. Yeah, here's one Gollum. Anyway. Huh? Da, 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 da. I cut all the necessary bits off the sprues earlier today, and they will be the last 4 figures to add to the huge batch I have prepared for priming. Yep, Hildebrandt are wonderful. Yep, big impact on me. Big impact. Let me do a flag or two. Oh, wow. What a day. Sorry I got distracted, you guys. I'm glad you're patient with me. Because I never know when I have to get called away to do things like that. Just got to take my chance. Thankfully, I had a co-host today. Who does a wonderful job. Yeah, she did good. I'm proud of her. Kat, I'm proud of you. Let's do the light blues. Do some more flags here. Using some off-white. When I do the highlights on these flags, I'll use some pure white. Won't be long. It won't be long. Spring will be here. I've got so much work to do. I can't wait though. Finally gonna fix the roof. The roof over my living room. The roof over my porch. Got a lot of plumbing work I could do. I have to do. I got a garden to till. I got a game room studio to set up. I got some plumbing in there I gotta fix too. Oh. This was a rough frickin' winter, man. So much damage. I'm looking forward to it. Getting antsy to start fixing things. Actually got some money to do this now. That was a big issue last year, and it's the reason I never got anything done, which was extremely frustrating. But it's okay now. Gonna have bat reps back again on the channel. Hopefully more video content in general. I actually prefer making videos to doing streams. Although I love doing the streams. I got ideas. I got things. Got some plans. Hopefully I'll be able to travel again too, once I get all settled. My travel blog, my travel vlog. Gonna go to some conventions. Gonna visit a lot of fellow gamers here. Damn it. Pardon the French. That's okay. Chicken fried steak fingers are a frying. Boy, they're gonna be good, squirrel. Do I have to ask you to take a couple pictures? You've done enough as it is, but if you can, you know. That'll make me hungry as you know what? I will definitely do a bat rep of the Harn Barons War. Now that would be cool. I'd love to see it live from the Hermitage. That Squirrel Hermit for your channel? Yes. It won't be until April, however. Don't say April 1st. Don't give me that nonsense. Don't do it, Squirrel. Don't do it. Let me do one more flag. I might stream tomorrow because Squirrel's going to be disappearing on us. He's probably going to be painting, I think, tomorrow. I don't know. I might do one tomorrow to make up for today's distraction. But then again, maybe tomorrow we'll be distracted too. So I don't know. I should get something done though. So maybe I will finish these flags off. We're just so close now. So close, Squirrel. Oh, I'm starting to make mistakes here. There. Happy mistake. Get to practice my skills. Look at that. Look how beautiful this is. You guys can't really see it like I can, but I'm telling you. This is so awesome. So inspiring. You'll see the end results. And then you'll be blown away. You're like, oh wow. I watched the magic happen live. I need to make my own flags. lance pennons. There's a natural shading that occurs when you're painting this way. I don't know what it's causing it, but it's nice. On this particular paper. Two more wedges. Whoops, boy, I am getting a little crazy here. Beautiful. One more wedge. These flags are divided up into little wedges. The wedges are typically different colors. Usually some combination of something green or orange or red, and the other one being black or white. That's the typical combination. Pretty much what you see here. So, I got all these up here to do. These two. Did I paint that? I'm not sure I painted that one. I don't think I did. No, I did. For some reason it looks very white. Okay. Coming out really good. I love it. So satisfying. Well, there we go, folks. There we go. Pictures of supper will be on Discord shortly. That's what's going on there. That's awesome. And I'm also going to be able to spend more time on my own stuff this year, too. Not just yet. I've got this one commission that I'm working on, which is nearing completion. That's a big one. And then I have two more commissions, kind of slower paced with them anyway. I'm not going to be rushing on these. I'm going to be working on little bits and chunks of them at once because they're big. They're big projects. I'll be booked for the rest of the year because of them. It's only two clients, 3 projects. That's going to be the rest of the year. But this project I need to get done because it's all paid up, which means every minute you see me painting and working on it is me losing money. So there is a kind of urgency to get it done. Not a rush. I don't rush my projects. Oh, there's Clyde doing something new. What did you do there, Clyde? What is this? What is this? What are you doing? Clyde gifted 5 Forge and Brush Gaming memberships. That's great. I got to get some more content up there, too. That's a good reminder. Thanks, Clyde. How do you like that, folks? Spreading the love. Spreading the love. Spreading the Forge and Brush love. You don't have to do that, Clyde. I appreciate it, though. That's great. You're doing wonders. But thinking about doing I always wanted to do for my community members and also my Patreon folks. I don't do much at all because there's so much going on over there in Patreon. But I was thinking that what I always wanted to do is do like a kind of like a behind the scenes vlog type of thing. And I did do a few of those little episodes years ago. But that I'd like to do. Because not everything I'm going to put up in public, you know? Like, here's what's going on with this or that. And got a vlog style, behind the scenes look at things that I would put up in general for public to look at. Maybe later, but what a great idea for the community. Like, Clyde would love to see me feeding my cats and the struggles thereof. You know what I mean. I don't mean feeding cats. Just a little behind the scenes goodness. I've been thinking about doing that this year too. As well as the when I do my videos, for instance, something else I thought of doing was adding the extra content that doesn't make it into my main videos that are public. I've always wanted to do that. Which I think would be interesting. Maybe some extra stuff, right? A little extra footage. Because, man, when I do bat reps, for instance, it takes me about 3-4 hours to play a game, sometimes longer. And I show the whole game. I just don't show the boring bits of rolling the dice. Sometimes I do. And I cut it down as much as I can and put it up in parts. So you're getting like a 3-hour bat rep in 6 parts. Or sometimes all at once for those that are brave enough to sit there for 3 hours watching a battle. That's the way I used to do it. But one other option is to have a different version of the game, the full freaking version up in the community, right? That's something I just wouldn't put out there for everybody. Just here's the rest of it. Here's the nitty-gritty, Clyde. You want to see the real nitty-gritty? Here you go. What do you think of that? I've thought about doing that. It's going to be great. I got my studio working on. I'm going to get that all set up. It's going to be beautiful out there. Got to move my lamps out there, my daylight bulb, video lamps, whatever they're called. Got to move all that stuff out there. Big tables. Oh, it's going to be great. Can't wait. As we move to the next level of this madness. I thought you weren't taking paid in full. I didn't take it in full. I just received the final payment. Yeah, there's nothing more. I never recommend. Don't take as much as somebody wants to pay in full right from the get-go. Like, oh, here's $1,000. And it's hard to say no to that. I've had to deal with that. And it's hard to say no. But it's not the way to go about it. I mean, the guy trusts you enough to give you that much money up front. That's great. And you're getting a big chunk of money up front. But I'm telling you, that money goes quick. And then you're working all this time and you don't really know how long it's really going to take. And you're not getting paid for it. You were already paid. So it's like, I like the idea of every time I'm sitting here painting, I'm getting paid. You know, I get a little installment every month, for instance. That's the way I prefer it. Then it feels like I'm getting things done. It's safest for everybody concerned. But yeah, I learned my lesson about taking it all up front. But like I said, it's hard to say no when somebody's dangling a check in front of you. Because they want to be done with it, you know. They don't want to have to worry about next month's payment. Here's the full thing. So I get it. But man, you got to be able to say no. Plans, plots, and schemes prepped. Yeah, I've been making plans for a long time, but I really feel like this is the time. This is the year. I've finally reached that point. I'm excited. I'm excited. Getting paid up front, like buying a boat. The happiest day is the day you buy the boat. Right? I never bought a boat, but yeah, I get it. I'll have content on 3D printing as I go through my journey of that. That's going to be a thing. Might even give away, yeah, I could actually give away prizes and stuff with my prints. I didn't think of that. That'll be useful. Prizes? I don't mean prizes. I don't know. Rewards? I don't know. I could do things like that too. So much. Right, Iron Man? Get you some 3D printed models. You'll have to break out the brush. Of course, you probably want them painted. That'd be a different story, Iron Man says. Ay, 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 ay. But yeah, things are looking good. I'm excited. It's been a challenge. But it's turning out really good. So I break out my bottled water. Yeah, that's a thing. Gotta go easy on it. Have it sucking down the water a little bit aggressively. Try washing dishes with this stuff. I gotta get my water working again, man. It's getting terrible. A few days. We got this. I hear Squirrel giving away free painted armies for just mentioning relish. Oh yes, we must not forget that. Those are prizes. Those are prizes. You have to earn it. That old relish is the word of the day. You say it 3 times in a sentence before midnight tonight, folks. Get in touch with Squirrel if you've done so. And he will take care of you. You'll be taken care of, Clyde. Full painted army. Your choice. Your choice of scale. He specializes in 15s. Big Small. Getting late over there, Big Small. Coming up with rules for giant lash leeches and exploding spore fungi for the swamps the PCs might decide to go through. That sounds good. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, one of my favorite RPGs. Using the D100 system, levelless, classless, profession-based, skill-based system from the old school 1980s era. Now in 4th edition, thanks to Cubicle 7, who also does 40k versions of role-playing. They got a new version of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay coming out called The Old World, which is based on the current edition of GW's The Old World. Same setting, it's just a different time frame and a whole new system that's different from the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay that they normally present. The classic game, which I prefer. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Good time to be excited if you're into role-playing, particularly Warhammer. I think so. It's one of my favorites. CNC is turning into one of my faves. Nice little standby. I'm liking it. I love the fact that it's so free form and laid back with the rules. It's such a pleasure to set up and play that game. Yeah, I'm liking it. It's doing it for me for my what do I call it? Classic D&D. Yeah, 11:12 p.m. The fungi spores will cause hallucinations. Could be great fun for me, the GM. Hopefully the boys will like it as well. Yeah, that'll be fun. You're doing good stuff, Big Small. Keeping the hobby alive over there. By the way, Clyde, any of you guys have suggestions for the channel, please let me know. Stuff you'd like to see. Topics covered. Please let me know. Now's the time to give me some ideas. Yeah. Of course, Pathfinder First Edition goodness. Classic Pathfinder. I've been reading up and getting ready for this on Foundry quite a bit. Really excited about this. I know it's Pathfinder. A lot of people don't like Pathfinder or 3.5 at all. And that's okay. But I don't know. I really enjoy this game a lot. Much better than the second edition version, which is great too, but it's a little too... It accommodates more of the build type style of play, to be honest with you. And it does that through its system of feats. As I've said before, I call it Feat Finder. It added so many new feats to the game. All kinds of categories of feats. So you're getting feats all the time. It's a little bit too much for me. A little too much customization and choice, as it were. I don't like that. Just doesn't fit my style. But some people love it. One of these years, I want to play Warhammer RPG. One of these years. I'll bring in one of my games. I'll bring in my 4E game if you want to play online. I'll get you all set up. You'll be all set, Clyde. I'll give you a shot. We've played a couple sessions now. And I'll be getting back to it because it is one of my favorite games. Hands down. Where is my book? I put it on the shelf. I'll bring in. You can play online with us. It's good fun. Good fun. I really love it. I'll just make a note. I'll add you to the group over there that when I get it all set up. Right now I've got my Castles and Crusades / old school gaming, D&D style. I got that going. Set in my own world of Mythgard. And then I've got my Pathfinder, classic Pathfinder, set in Galarian. Just getting started with that. And then I've got my 4E campaign set in, where's it set? The old world, obviously. What's the name of the starting town? We're using the starter box. And we played the first 2 chapters of that adventure in there. So, I can't remember the name of it. It's the same starting point as the video game. I can't remember any of this stuff. I'm going blank. But anyway, we'll bring you in. That's my other campaign. And then probably some Traveler. I think that would really set me up. That's my goal for the year, to have all 4 of those games running, more or less, at the same time. Of course, I'm not going to be playing them regular all the time. I'll be taking breaks, but they'll all be going. So that'll be a thing. Yeah. Fantastic. Plus everything else I'm going to be doing. It's just ridiculous. I'm getting too old for this. So stay tuned. Keep your ear to the digital railroad to see what's going to happen next. Okay, we got 6, 7 viewers, I guess. What's this? Dark Sword Miniatures. All right, I got that open. I'm going to close that, though, because I always reboot the computer after a stream. And excellent. We've streamed for 5 hours, so I'm going to call this. Get something to eat, relax, and we'll see about being on tomorrow. I might do that because I was kind of sidetracked today. Do want to get some more things done. And drink more Ovaltine. Yeah, I love Ovaltine. Malt flavored, particularly. Goes good in coffee. That reminds me. Might have another coffee before the night's out. Crazy, right? I don't drink that much. But anyway, we're going to call it there. Thanks once again, Clyde. Really appreciate it. You're really supporting those foundations. Oh, Ryan. Were you lurking all this time? Are you kidding me? Or you didn't just drop in right when I'm about to leave, did you? Don't tell me you did that. You've been lurking. You've been lurking. I know Ryan. He likes to lurk. He doesn't say a word. He just listens carefully. Relishing every word. Taking notes. Making a list and checking it thrice. That would be Ryan's practice and tradition. He just waits for the moment I say, well, folks, see ya, I'm tired. Oh, hey, everybody, says Ryan. Hey! Boy, glad I could make it. Whee! So glad I'm here. Oh, Fritz, this is awesome. You're great, man. Nope, we're done. Sorry, Ryan. Oh, no. Not that Ryan sounds like that. Not at all. Not at all. I hope I could bring some smiles to people's faces out there. At Ryan's expense. Right, Ryan? That's terrible. Terrible thing to say. All right, Paul, you have a good night as well, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow. Clyde, you take care of yourself. Clean up that fedora. You had to beat a few heads today. Keep people in line. Yeah, things getting crazy. Mr. Bill. Oh, no, Mr. Bill. Yeah. That little clay cutie pie. Thanks, Sadie, for hanging out with us, too. Feel better? There's Ryan. He gets it. He gets it. He's one of the few that gets it. He gets the Fritz humor. He does, for sure. He'll have a word or two with me offline in a DM, I'm sure. Hey, Fritz, you knock it off. Pull the plug on your show. You watch it. Aquilith Media will no more be supporting this abomination to YouTube. Clyde tips his hat. All right, folks, we're going to get out of here. We got to get out of here. Sorry, Ryan. Of course, you've been lurking. We won't go into that again. Everybody have a wonderful night. Enjoy yourself. I'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully. If not tomorrow, the next day, which would be Friday. But regardless, you'll see me before the end of the week for sure. And you guys take care of yourself. Squirrel, Zadarock, enjoy the fingers tonight. Take some pictures. I'm looking forward to it. Clyde, hang in there. Everybody, hang in there. And you know why? Because it's only going to get better. And that's the truth. And we're seeing that every day that goes by. It's getting better and better and better. It's fantastic time to be alive. So we're going to see you all again next time. Folks, take care.